What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK, live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Wednesday, March 12th, 2025, and the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, the latest and greatest from NFL free agency, another trade for the Houston Texans. The Dallas Cowboys going to do anything worth talking about. We'll go over some of the biggest stories from around the league. Plus, the SEC tournament opens today. Can the Texas men's basketball team do enough in Nashville to punch their ticket to the big dance? We will discuss. Texas baseball wins its 14th straight game. Tiger Woods is probably out for the year. We've got more sound from Steve Sarkisian, and Southwest Airlines really pissed everybody off yesterday. That's hard to do. We'll talk about all of those stories and more between now and 9 o'clock on the TSU morning program. What's going on, my man? How are you?
I'm doing fantastic, and it was a nice warm day yesterday. It will be warmer today into the weekend, and it'll cool off a little bit into next week. But, man, close to 90 degrees today. It felt like it was 90 degrees yesterday. So our wind is still up a little bit. We still have a lot of, red flag days ahead of us. Hell, anytime there's a fire, that seems like a red flag day to me. The wind doesn't have to be blowing very much when things are, as dry as they've been around here. But be careful out there, please. It is it's going to be warm today. As I said, if you were planning on doing something today, make sure you start hydrating last night because it'll get hot. It felt the same. It felt warm yesterday to me. I thought it was mid 80s yesterday, but it was high 70, low 80s. So today's going to feel even warmer. But that's all right. I'm ready. I don't need any 60s. I don't need any 70s. 80s would be fine. 90s, that's kind of jumping the gun to me in March.
It sounds like a perfect day to stay inside and watch college basketball.
Yes, it does.
That's what I'm going to be doing all day.
Absolutely right.
Hopefully watching.
It's the perfect day to be inside. I got some outdoor stuff I got to try to finish up. I got to go deal with the rattlesnakes and have some fun. So they'll be out. I'll be out.
Yeah, you and I have different definitions of fun. Again, I'm going to stay on the couch and just watch college hoops. You're going to be outside dealing with rattlesnakes. Come on,
I'm going to play with snakes. I got some stuff to do in an area.
Oh, you're going to like an orgy or something.
No. It's on my property.
Okay, you're hosting an orgy or something.
I'm hosting one, yeah. So it's all right. I gotta get some stuff done because once I'm done, I want to sit back and just relax. I don't want to be doing stuff, every other week in places. So I try to get it all done in a week or two and get everything on the property that I want to have done. And that's done for the summer. That doesn't mean I come back in June and do more. When I'm done, that's it. Whatever it looks like, it's going to stay looking like that.
Like that. You get it all done before it hits triple digits around here.
That's what I'm saying. So 90 is not a big deal. Let me get it done now before, I generally do stuff in July and June and don't want to be out there then. That's when I'm on the couch watching spring football, the spring league or the WNBA finals.
There it is. Now we're talking.
Yeah, that's when I get that done. Good morning to the soldiers at Fort Cavazos, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you. Thank you for what you do. Thank you for keeping us safe. We do appreciate it. To all you EMS workers out there, all you first responders, thank you also, and thank your families for sharing you with us. And do be safe yourself, please.
Yes, indeed. Shout out to Blake Hookham from Overland Park, Kansas. Buck, that's where I was born.
Overland Park? Oh, the other side of the tracks.
The other side of the tracks. Yeah, you don't see a lot of folks chiming in from OP. But shout out to Blake, tuned in this morning from my hometown. I guess that is considered my hometown. I only lived there for like 5 years, but I was born there, so we'll count that. Yeah, shout out to Blake.
Yeah,
all right, where do you want to go first today, man?
I was born in Philly, so when people say something, I was born in Philly.
That explains some things.
Yeah, it does.
Wow, that just lowered my opinion of you by a lot.
Oh, man, were you kidding me? It's the city of brotherly love.
It's the city of
the home of the Liberty Bell.
And the home of
the world champion Philadelphia Fly, Eagles, fly. How about that?
Oh, now you're an Eagles guy.
No, I'm not. No.
Bandwagon, are we?
No, I'm not an Eagles fan. No, I don't put on their uniforms. I don't have anything to do with the Eagles.
Where does Philadelphia rank amongst the worst major cities in the country? I know it's near the top. My question is it at the top?
It's close.
Okay.
Parts of Philadelphia are pretty nice, but there are parts of Philadelphia you don't want anything to do with, brother.
I feel like in terms of redeeming qualities, Philadelphia is very low. They don't have many of those.
Just hang around the historic areas. Don't get past those.
All the touristy stuff.
Yes, hang around where the tourists hang out. Don't wander off.
Okay. Good advice.
Don't wander off the bus. Just stay where everybody's going. Follow that line.
Yeah, follow that line. I like that. All right, I'll leave it up to you, my man. Where do you want to start? We got Texas men's basketball. We got Texas baseball. We got some more Steve Sarkisian sound. We got NFL free agency. Where do you want to go first?
Let's get the rest of Sark sound.
Okay.
Let's get Sark sound.
I'll talk a little Texas football here on today's show. We will start with Sark talking about the offensive line. Of course, Texas losing 4 of 5 starters from a season ago. The only guy back is DJ Campbell at right guard, but obviously a lot for Sark to replace. He was asked specifically about Jake Majors, who was the center here for what felt like 20 years.
Yeah.
How do you replace Jake Majors, and how do you make sure the offensive line as a whole doesn't take a big step back from what it was this past year?
I think the natural thing is, it'd be great. Cole Hudson steps in. He's been in the program. He's gonna play center for us. But that doesn't take away some of the other guys that are working at center for us, and that will get plenty of looks at it in spring practice to find the best combination of 5. And we've said that all along since we got here. We want to try to find the best combination of 5 guys up front, and then have 2 to 3 to 4 really good backups that can go in and play for us. And so that's the developmental side of things for us. And so we'll see what that looks like, but that's the challenge every year. Every year, a different position group is tasked with replacing some guys that move on and that you have to replace them. And this year happens to be the offensive line is one of those. And so I wouldn't want to have anybody else but Kyle Flood tasked with finding that right combination of 5 guys.
Yeah, I mean that's the hard one is the center. I mean, Cole Hudson's played there more than once. I mean, he's been in there a few times, so I expect him to be kind of the head of this whole thing. But that left tackle position and the right tackle position, they've got to make sure that they have not only pretty good starters, but guys that can back those guys up. Those guys, not everybody's like Kelvin Banks that stays pretty healthy throughout his career. He's only had a couple nicks and pings. That guy played a lot of downs. You need somebody on that backside of your quarterback that's going to be not only a stud, but the guy behind him has to be pretty much of a stud too. So, that's a lot. As I said, we always generally worry about the defensive line, how they're going to replace those guys. Now it's kind of flipped over a little bit. How do you replace 4 guys, 4 starters? That's a lot.
Yeah, well, starting with the center position, that to me felt like a challenge from Steve Sarkisian to Cole Hudson, because I think every Longhorn fan expects Cole Hudson, who's going into his 4th or 5th year with the program, to be the starting center for this team. Like you said, he's played that position before. He was the backup on the depth chart last year, so naturally you would assume that he's going to replace Jake Majors as your starter on the middle of that offensive line.
No doubt.
That felt like Steve Sarkisian saying, hey, man, just because everyone else thinks you have this job doesn't mean you have this job. You got to go out there and earn it. You got to prove that you are our best option to start at that position. So I fully expect Cole Hudson to do that, by the way. But I think
he's done it when he's had to go in and play. He's done just that.
Yeah. And he's played a lot of football during his college career, and he's done a pretty good job, in my opinion. So I think that's Steve Sarkisian just saying, really sending a message to him, but kind of sending a message to the whole team that, like, hey, nothing is given around here. You've got to go out and earn it. Just because you're, quote unquote, next in line to get playing time at a certain spot doesn't mean we're just going to hand you the position and say, it doesn't matter what you do in spring ball or in training camp when we get to the fall. You got to go out and grab this bull by the horns and go take that job. So I kind of like that mindset from Steve Sarkisian. Like, hey, nobody is just given anything around here. You got to go out and take it. In terms of left tackle, yeah, that's interesting. Look, I think Texas has a star waiting in the wings in Trevor Gooseby.
Yeah.
But knock on wood, if something happens to Trevor Gooseby, I don't know what the plan would be at left tackle.
That's the thing that makes me nervous there. I mean, he's been really, really good. He's been a lot better than you thought a guy could be, jumping right in. When Kelvin Banks they missed Banks, but this kid did a really, really good job. Just all of a sudden, part of the season where he came in, you would be like, oh hell, can we survive? What are we going to do? We're going to have to use 2 players at that position. No, they just used him, and he did well. Now he'll be the starter. Now he has to stay healthy. Things change a little bit. He's got to practice every day. He's got to be ready to play in games. But if something happens to him, that's where I worry. What do you do then?
Yeah, boy.
And they've got guys that we've never heard of. I mean, there's a couple guys that we haven't really heard from that now have to make that step just like he did.
Right. Yeah. I mean, that's like someone's going to have to back up Trevor Gooseby. And Texas had a lot of injury luck on the offensive line for the majority of the 2024 season. I mean, they had the same starting 5 for the first 11 games. Actually, for the first 12 games. It was in that 12th and final game where Kelvin Banks got hurt. And I'll never forget the pit I felt in my stomach watching Kelvin Banks go down in College Station in the first quarter of that game against A&M's defense. And they had a really good defensive line. I was slightly terrified with what Trevor Gooseby was going to do, and I was thinking that would ruin Texas's offensive game plan. But he was fantastic, played well in the SEC title game against Georgia. Then he came in and played right tackle for Cam Williams against Clemson when Cam got hurt in that game. So you feel great about Trevor Gooseby. But again, last year you had a ton of injury luck up front. If you don't have that this year, the question is, do you have the depth to get you through what could be another 15, 16, 17-game season?
Yeah, like I said, there'll be guys that we haven't heard of. I mean, hell, what are they going to do at right tackle? Forget the guy on your backside. What about the guy to your quarterback's throwing arm?
Yeah, I think that's going to be Brandon Baker. At least he's going to get the first crack at being this team's starting right tackle. He was a 5-star that Texas brought in last cycle, so he's going into his redshirt freshman year. You look at projected depth charts for the 2025 season, and he's the guy you see at the top of the list at right tackle. But obviously, he's an unknown. We know what he's supposed to be. We've heard good things about him from the coaching staff, but he's one of the new guys that you'll have up front on the offensive line. There are 3 guys, even though there's only 1 returning starter, there are 3 guys that you at least know something about. It's Trevor Gooseby at left tackle. It's Cole Hudson, presumably at center. And obviously it's DJ Campbell, your 1 returning starter at right guard. But you look at left guard and you look at right tackle, and then it's like you're just hoping Kyle Flood has developed those guys like he developed the guys who just left.
And like you said, are there any portal guys that can come over? Or are there guys? But there'll be guys in the spring that they're going to see the writing on the wall at other places. Once again, Texas doesn't lose those guys. They only lose the guys that can't play at Texas. That's what happens. So, will there be others that can't play at other schools? I prefer them to come out of the SEC or the Big Ten, really.
Well, are they good enough to play at Texas, though? Like, if you're talking about a guy who isn't good enough to play at Auburn, Mississippi State,
Georgia,
even Georgia, like, I mean, Texas's offensive line was as good or better than Georgia's last year. So I don't know if, look, if you're telling me you can get a starter from Georgia, sure. But if you're telling me, the 7th guy on Georgia's offensive line
I'm
depth
talking about
chart,
if you get a backup that wants to be that thinks that he can be a starter somewhere.
I just don't know if a backup that goes through spring ball somewhere else is going to be good enough to overcome.
Well, no, because then they only become a backup here.
Right. Which, look, you might need that. You might go through the spring and be like, this depth just isn't good enough. We've got to get a depth guy or 2. And hopefully we can find somebody who's comfortable with just being a backup here. And if someone in front of him gets injured, then his name gets called upon. But, yeah, Texas hasn't done that. So I don't know if we'll see that, Buck. Like you and I were talking about wide receiver transfers yesterday. I feel like that is way more likely of an addition spot for Texas because they've done that before. The Longhorns have just kind of relied upon evaluation, recruiting, and development to get those big uglies filled out. So I assume they're going to do that again.
Yeah, I assume the same thing. That, like I said, there's guys we haven't heard a lot of their names that are behind the scenes just getting better. and have more, and the staff has more trust in them than going out and bringing somebody else from another club, you know?
I think so too. So that's something to keep an eye out on. We'll let you hear one more from Steve Sarkisian. Again, this is from his press conference from Monday, the first press conference he held in the spring. This was an interesting one. Steve Sarkisian was asked about whether or not he feels like he could still handle being the quote-unquote CEO of Texas football and also still call plays. I know there's a sour taste in the mouth of a lot of Longhorn fans with the play-calling sequence and first and goal from the 1-yard line against Ohio State in that college football playoff semifinal. I think a lot of Texas fans look at what Ryan Day did at Ohio State, where he gave up offensive play calling, hired Chip Kelly, and, well, Ohio State got over the hump. They won the national championship this past season. Here's Steve Sarkisian when asked if he feels like he can handle still being the CEO and still being the offensive play caller for Texas.
It doesn't put more on me that way because I've got a lot of trust in the people that we hire. And obviously offensively, I believe in what we do, and again, we've got a core on offensive staff that have been together with Flood and Milwee and Banks and those guys. We've had some turnover over the years at the receiver position, but, we've got Coach Jackson's going into year 3 with us now, and Chad Scott's new. We've got some analysts that have stayed on board and didn't want to lose. I didn't want to lose Mike Bamonte, who had some real opportunities. But again, we're forever growing and evolving. And so you're able to bring in a Neil Brown as an analyst to provide a spark and some new ideas and to forge some things where we can grow as an offensive football staff. But in the end, I feel very confident and comfortable doing those things. And if that day ever comes when I don't, my ego's not too big to where I wouldn't be able to pass that off. But as of today, I feel very comfortable doing those things.
Yeah, we all have egos, and he's still got a big one. So, no, and I mean, that's just a flat out no. I'm calling the plays. I'm calling the toss sweep from the 2. So whether you like it or not, I'll be the same guy making the same calls. I'm bringing the defensive guys into my backfield. No matter what anybody says, that guy is not giving up his play calling. He won't be here when that time comes.
Well, let me ask you this, Buck. Are you confident and comfortable in Steve Sarkisian still calling the plays?
Yeah, I'm fine. I mean, he's going to have less stress with some of the other things when he's got some of these guys that have been head coaches in place coming in and doing some things, and maybe he can pay more attention to the play calling in specific areas. But whether I'm comfortable or not, he's not giving that up. And what I like to know is if he's going to take some real advice from others that are around him. That's the sign of a guy who understands what's going on. It's not to give it up, but you can tell that somebody else has got a hand in it by some of the plays being called. We'll know that. It won't just be him. It'll be, like I said, he's got, you bring the guy from West Virginia that's, it's had his ups and downs. It's not like he's been the greatest play caller of all times, but he has some things with a big back that he had at West Virginia. Maybe it will help down in the scoring zone and stuff, but Sark isn't calling up. He's not letting anybody know that somebody else is doing that. That's going to be all him.
Yeah, well, I think
I'm okay. I'm okay with it. In one particular game, and one particular call I thought was just a little ridiculous.
Yeah, there's no explaining that, right? I mean, Steve Sarkisian has blamed that on execution. Oh, why didn't things work at the goal line against Ohio State? Well, we didn't execute.
Because if you run that play, you can call it whatever you want. You're going to have perfect execution. And plus, somebody on the other side is going to have to make a mistake. That defense was the best in the nation. They don't make any mistakes.
Yeah, there's no way to execute that play call well enough to score a touchdown in that spot. Best case scenario with that play call is you get stopped at the 1-yard line for no gain.
You still don't get in.
Best case scenario. Realistically, best case scenario was probably you get tackled at the 4 or the 5 because you pitch the ball all the way back to the 9. So,
or your guy fumbles the pitch or something. That ball in the air, and from that part, as you said, that's just not a good call.
Yeah, that was a bad call. But you got to remember that Texas is 25-5 in the last 2 years.
Sure.
They've won a conference championship. They played for another one. They won 2 college football playoff games. They've made it to the semifinal round the last 2 seasons. And Steve Sarkisian's play calling and his offense is a big part of all of that success.
Absolutely.
So, to me, look.
The ones that they've got there for, he's the one who's made those calls. Right. And just the one call was kind of, I mean, I just think if you got a bunch of weapons, you use them all. And, every once in a while, as a play caller, you're just not going to make a good call. It's just that how did that one ever even come into your mind from there against that particular group? You'd have to block it perfectly. And then your guy could make a mistake and slip and fall by just tossing it back there and having to make a cut at that part of the near the goal line. It's just
that game was more than 2 months ago, and it still feels like yesterday, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. I've been around. John Malkovich was a really good play caller. I just don't ever remember that guy calling a toss sweep down there at the goal line. And I remember him from the 4 or the 5 calling a counter play with misdirection down there, and that's kind of scary when you start vacating areas and guys that are just got their asses on fire, and you pull a couple guys and they come flying through at the goal line. But you better be pretty sure that you've done that to it's got to be perfect, because what generally happens is there's not a glove laid on a guy. If you do that the right way, it comes through clean. Your guys wash guys down and the guy gets kicked out and the back walks through. But I've never been around. Now I've done a toss sweep where the runner threw it to the guy in the end zone because everybody came flying up because they are on fire there,
Oh, yeah.
All they get told is if that ball gets tossed in the air, you just go through a gap and you don't even stop until you find the ball carrier.
You talked about the Buckeyes defense. Like, that play call would have sucked against Rice. But to do that against the number 1 defense and the number 1 red zone defense in America with all the talent.
And that's not going from that distance.
No, it's not. It was bad, but I still want Steve Sarkisian calling the plays. The thought that he shouldn't be calling the plays, to me, is malarkey, to quote the former president. I mean, that's why you hired Sark in the first place. Sark didn't get this job because he was such a good CEO at Washington and USC. No. You felt like, we got to have that here in Austin. No, you hired him because of what he did as the offensive play caller at Alabama. We all saw that 2020 team. I mean, he turned Mac Jones into a first-round pick. He helped Devontae Smith win a Heisman Trophy as a wide receiver. That Bama team won it all and put up 52 in the national championship game that season. That was Sark's play calling and Sark's offense. That's why you hired him. So to me, that's his best asset. Don't get rid of that. To me, if anything, if you think Sark's doing a little bit too much, it's help out with the CEO side of things.
And which they're doing. They're hiring more guys. I mean, they've got it. They're packing up the staff now.
Yeah, they are. You talked about Neil Brown, but also they added 2 new members to their recruiting staff.
Sure.
To retain Brandon Harris by giving him a contract extension and a raise to stick around as the general manager.
Yeah, and you already got the number 1 recruiting class. I mean, what else? I mean, all those things are done the way you need them to be done.
I want Sark to have more time to do what he is best at. And to me, that is running a great offense.
Sure.
So I don't want him giving that up. If there's other things he could sacrifice, sure, I'm fine with that. You got to make some tweaks to get over that semifinal hump. But to me, Sark's one of the best play callers in the sport at any level. Wanting him to not do that anymore when you've had your 2 best seasons in a long time in back-to-back years, that feels crazy. Now
he's got enough on his plate trying to get the ball downfield with with the receivers that he has. He's got to fix that. That has to be one of the priorities, and get this run game going on a consistent week in and week out basis.
Sure. Yeah, look, I'm not saying the offense was perfect. It doesn't need to change, but I don't think you need a massive overhaul. And to me, changing play callers is a massive overhaul that just feels ridiculous.
Well, as I said, that was just a question that it's just a no. No, yeah. I'm still the play caller. That's how that is.
I would have been pretty shocked to hear anything else, wouldn't you?
Oh, yeah. Oh, for sure. I mean, he gave the perfect answer. We've been around. We have a staff that's been together. We are all in decisions that are made. I make the ultimate decision, and they just don't say, no, don't do that. Now, there's one guy that's over there that may be able to say that to him, and that's the offensive line coach. I don't know if that's a good idea. I guarantee if they all got together, they would have not come out with toss sweep from the 2. If they would have had a group vote of guys that have been together with him, I don't think that would have been the play call.
Not just toss sweep, but pistol/shotgun toss sweep.
Right.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that. And that one hurts. I mean, people can't get that play out of their head, and it's understandable. I mean, it cost Texas a spot in the national championship game. Hell, it might have cost the Longhorns a national championship. So it stings. But
Yeah, I
I
mean,
look
he's
at the
not gonna
whole
have a
body of
perfect
work.
play every time. I mean, we've seen him at the goal line do some kind of weird things.
Right. I look at the whole
Short
body.
yardage, I mean, yeah,
Whole body of work to me over Sark's
absolutely.
last 2 seasons is enough to where, again, he should still be the play caller. Now, if these same issues pop up these next couple of years, then all right, could a change be warranted? Then we'll discuss. But as of this moment in time, I don't think, again, you need a
He's not
massive
gonna
overhaul.
feel that way until he's not the head coach. So, I mean,
Well, if the Ryan Day conversations start popping up about Steve Sarkisian, like, he can't win the big one, and we got to get rid of this guy because he can't win the big one, then he might do something to change that, like Ryan Day did.
I'll
So,
say this: if you get to the semifinals and the finals over the next couple of years, it's gonna be a long time coming before you hear that. It's that I know people will get sick of going to semifinals because
you're
that's
saying
what
from
fans
Sark.
do, but
Yeah.
those things are hard to get to. Those are great years. Those are money-making years from your university. All they're not is title years. But if you get in that Final Four and you get to as far as he's gotten over the last 2 years, you bought yourself a lot of time.
Yeah. Oh, man. I mean, and in the 12 years before these last two, I
Right.
would have killed for just 10 wins.
How
Forget
about
like
that?
a college football playoff semifinal. Just can we get to double-digit wins, please? There were some years they could make a bowl game. So I get it. Expectations change, and you don't want to get stuck in the mud like you were for a dozen years around here. But, yeah, I'm still pretty happy with the way things are going with this Longhorn football program right now. I'm not ready to cut off anybody's head just yet.
Yeah, I mean, it took Mac like 9 years. I mean, before he really got it really cranked up. But this guy's been here for a couple of years, and now you've been to 2 semifinals, and you're not going to take his play calling away. But when you have all the resources that can help you out, that's where people want to know: are you using the resources that are available to you?
Yeah.
Or are you just being stubborn? That's the deal. If there was a play caller out there. If you got a chance to, like Ryan Day did, to get a guy that now you can be the CEO and have that guy calling plays and take something off of your plate, it's not like you're not going to be in meetings with him. You're not going to give your thoughts on what's going on because that's how you got the job. That's how he got the job, So,
right.
But if you can make yourself better because you got the resources, then you make yourself better. I don't think this head coach is at that point. He still has the resources and he's working on that. There'll be some input. He'll ask for more input. I mean, you kind of like making $12 million a year. That's a big deal too.
Right. I would think.
Yeah.
Who's a better play caller in college football than Steve Sarkisian right now? That'd be my question to anybody who wants Sark to pass off play calling to somebody else. Like, who's out there that you could realistically hire that would be a guaranteed upgrade over Steve Sarkisian?
Yeah, I'm surprised. I'm wondering if Ryan Day, how much did he give up? Did he give it all up?
I'm sure he was still involved in game planning, but Chip Kelly was the guy calling plays on Saturday. So Ryan Day did give that up. But Chip Kelly's off to the NFL, and he's making a crap ton of money to be in the NFL. Like, that was a pretty good get from them. That's a big name hire, a guy who's been proven to be a great play caller in both college football and the NFL.
Yeah.
So, like, I just don't know if that guy is out there right now. I don't know how much better Chip Kelly even is than Steve Sarkisian, if he is truly better than Steve Sarkisian. Now, he got the win over Sark, but there's not even that guy available for you right now. So someone says Lincoln Riley, is Lincoln Riley really? We think Lincoln Riley's still a better play caller than Steve Sarkisian in 2025?
He's certainly not a better head coach.
You would ask me 3 or 4 years ago, maybe I would have agreed with that, but I ain't agreeing with that right now.
Yeah, and Lincoln Riley's not going. That guy's going to be a head coach for a long time at a lot of places before he's just somebody's play caller.
Right. You're also not, Lane Kiffin. That might be just who's a better play caller. Number one, I don't think Lane Kiffin is, but obviously you can't get him to be your offensive coordinator at Texas. He's not leaving a head coaching post in the SEC to come be your
egos. That guy's ego's way too big for that.
Still amazed that Joey Freshwater has not been linked to that Mary-Kate Cornett story that we talked about a couple of weeks ago.
So far, not.
Still.
Not so far, so you will see.
I know. There's still time, I guess. All right, we'll take your thoughts. A couple more bits of sound from Steve Sarkisian's Monday presser. Do you think Steve Sarkisian should give up play calling see. Apparently there are some Texas fans who feel like he should. I think that is crazy. All right, we'll take your thoughts. The code of text line 512-222-9328. The YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and Twitch live chats are rocking and rolling as well. Buck, let's talk a little Texas basketball here in a moment. The Longhorns will open up SEC tournament play this afternoon against Vanderbilt. Is there still a path for Texas to make the NCAA tournament? We will talk about it in a moment, but first, some sponsor shout-outs.
Our friends over at Sue Pastures, folks, they got an incredible selection of Texas Longhorn apparel, collectibles, accessories, and they've got tons of Texas-themed gifts and items there just for you. A wide variety of men's and women's clothing, of course, all the great polos for golf, and just for the spring season. I love Sue Pastures. I love going over there. I love the hats, the ball caps that they have over there. You know, they got the Tyler Perry detergent over there. Got to have that, right? Got to have it. I got that. I've got that. I got the Rick Perry detergent in my house. I've got it all. They've got it over at Sue Pastures, of course, 5222 Burnett Road. Free parking, $49 or more. Get free shipping. You're going to love everything that is at Sue Pastures. Ladies, you're going to love everything that they have. They've got jewelry, and they've got the jelly cats for the Easter holiday. Just remember, if you're looking for that jelly cat, is your sister still loving those jelly cats?
Yeah.
Oh, that's who you've been getting them for, I presume.
Well, she only got one. She liked the bouquet of roses. She wanted that for Valentine's Day. So
that's the one my wife can throw across the room and nothing can happen. It only hits you in the head. There's no harm, no foul. And it still stays the same. It still looks good. But, yeah, I've got to get by there because my granddaughter needs a new jelly cat. So I've got to get by before Easter and get her maybe that Easter egg with the ears and the smile on it.
I believe it is the Tyler the Creator laundry detergent.
Oh, it's not Rick Perry detergent?
I don't think it's Rick Perry detergent.
Okay.
I don't know who wants that.
I love Sue Patrick. 5222 Burnett Road or SuePatrick.com.
Yes, indeed. Shout out to AV Consultations. Y'all see these two TVs behind me. They look great. They work great because they are great. And they were installed by the experts at Audio Visual Consultations. AV Consultations has been hooking Central Texans up since 1988. TVs, speakers, whole home lighting, surveillance, any of that stuff. If you want your home to be a little bit more badass here in 2025, reach out to our friends at Audio Visual Consultations. If you want the multi-screen setup like I have, if you want the giant 85-inch shirt like the Buck has, if you want a home theater room with that 150-inch projector with the badass surround sound that makes your home the place to be for movies, for TV shows, and for sports, reach out to AV Consultations, 512-255-8678. That's 512-255-8678. Make sure you tell them you heard about it right here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. You can find out more information online at avconsultations.com.
Very nice, man. Very nice. Yeah, please, when you get those TV units, and especially the bigger ones that you got the big arm for, that you're trying to get those things at every angle, don't try to do that yourself. Please don't. You don't want to do that. Tom can get all that stuff to you.
Yeah, don't even buy the TV somewhere else. Like, Tom buys in bulk, so he's going to get a better price than you are. So, like, literally, if you just move or if you are thinking about getting a new TV, don't shop online. Don't go to the store. Just call AV Consultations.
And you put it up, you will have holes in your wall.
Yeah, and it's going to look bad, and you're going to have wires hanging out, and it's just not what your guests want to see. No. They want to watch basketball. They don't want to watch wires and cords. They're out on that stuff. Hey, quick shout out to CentexTickets.com, the best online ticket reseller in the universe. If you want to be at any South by Southwest event this week, head over to CentexTickets.com. They've got you covered. Plus, Texas baseball tickets, Texas women's basketball, NCAA tournament tickets, and any sporting event. How about Texas Stars tickets up in Cedar Park? They've got them all for you online at CentexTickets.com. Don't forget to use that promo code CENTEX10. You're going to get 10% off of any ticket purchase over there online at CentexTickets.com.
And, of course, our friends over at 34 Wine and Spirits, of course, and now that you've got everything that's going South by Southwest, they're all over town getting their deliveries because they are wholesale distributors. Anton, some of the great places downtown, they are delivering their alcohol, but you can also go by 4601 Southwest Parkway and pick it up yourself. And there you'll find, of course, BK's favorite beer. Allstat is there in bulk. How about that? In bulk, they've had their truck there. I saw the truck there yesterday when I was there. In bulk. I mean, they just keep rolling in there. They must get that stuff and get rid of it in a hurry. Must be that good.
It is that good.
Man.
It is that good. I almost wish you could drink it.
Almost wish that I could drink it. I almost wish that I could drink it and not have any effects over it, because there wouldn't be any bulk left if I could drink it.
That's why I'm glad you can't drink it.
Yes.
Right there. You got to save some for everybody else out there.
No, I was not very good at sharing during those times.
Yeah. Thankfully, you've left enough for all of us over the last quarter century. We appreciate that. Shout out to Altstad Beer, the best beer that you could find all throughout the state of Texas. Get you some at 34 Wine and Spirits or any grocery store. They've got you covered with a bunch of different brews. Telling you, one sip and you won't go back to the other beers you've been drinking in the past. It's Altstad Beer. No impurities, no regrets.
Nice.
Did you call it Antoine's?
Antones.
Oh, there it is. I thought you said Antoine's. I'm like,
Antones.
What did they changed the name? Did they
No,
2025 Antones?
I'll say Antons.
Antons.
I must have said Antons. I got Antones. It's happening there. Is that where you go down there and stand up? You know, I've been there on a couple of occasions. You know, I've seen Gary Clark. I think Gary Clark is one of their owners now down there. I've gone to see Gary play. Of course, Gary Clark played at the original Mullet Open as a young 18-year-old kid for a case of Bud Light.
That's still the coolest thing ever, that you got 18-year-old Gary Clark Jr. to play basically for free at your charity golf tournament.
Yeah, that was so. I mean, that you're talking about a guy who I saw him play the other night for Willie's, I think 90th celebration or 90th birthday celebration. Man, can he go? And I looked at him, I'm like, that's that little nappy-headed kid that was 18 years old that just came up and made everybody stop the event when he started playing. Just a little amplifier. He started playing, and then everything just kind of stopped. And there's been people that have been to every one of those things, 24 years coming up, and that still was the highlight of the Mullet Open. That guy playing, and now he's a superstar.
We got to find the next Gary Clark Jr. for this year's tournament.
Huh.
Are you interested in that?
Hell yeah. Of course,
start reaching out, seeing if I could find some local up-and-coming artists and see if we can get a little live music out there. I can pull some strings to see. And no guarantees they're going to be what's that?
That'd be fun to have somebody play.
Yeah, no guarantees they're going to turn into a global phenomenon like Gary Clark Jr., but just getting somebody out there for a little live music while folks are enjoying some dinner, maybe not a bad idea.
Yeah, I went to Antones or whatever, and I stood. They didn't have chairs when I was there. Is that still the way that seating is there? You stand and watch?
Yeah, most of it is standing room only.
Dude, man. You're talking about back that was humming. I was standing up for like 2 hours. I thought that was it. I was starting to do the lean on people, you know?
Yeah.
They hold me up.
Those outdoor venues, man. Sometimes you're
should have brought my relaxed back chair with me.
Yeah, you wouldn't have been able to see anything, and everyone would have been like
mad at you with your own chair.
Yeah, you got a rolling chair. You're just like, excuse me, just shoving your relaxed the back chair through a giant crowd of people. They would have kicked your ass out before you even got to sit down.
Well, it's been a long time since I was in there. I bet you that place rocks still.
It does, man. I mean, there's still some great concert venues here. Obviously, a bunch of new ones popping up, but some of the old school spots are still humming. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. And Antone's is one of the best. Stubbs, obviously, is fantastic. There's a few great ones downtown and all over the city. Still.
Dude, I used to go to places like the Elephant Room for jazz.
Yeah, that's still there. Continental Club is still there.
Yeah, the Continental Club. That was always kind of crowded for me. But the Elephant Room was always kind of a fun, you know, it seemed like it was an after-hours basement down there. I was slamming down the shots of Jack there. I never knew how I got it. How did I get around then? No Uber? Well, I know how I got around.
Yeah, I don't really want to go too much deeper into that.
No, let's not do that.
But yeah, those spots are there. Hell, Broken Spoke. You can still get some good live music there. Saxon Pub. There's still plenty of good OG spots to get live music here in the ATX.
Nice, because I go down South Congress, and everything is turned into somebody's apartment. It looks like now.
Yeah, there are a lot of those.
Tons.
Yeah, go by Rainy Street now, and there are hardly any bars left. It's all high rises now, condos and apartments, and
Real estate, brother.
yeah, that's the name of the game here in Austin these days. All right. Speaking of real estate, will Rodney Terry be needing some new real estate in the not too distant future? Will today be the last game he ever coaches at the University of Texas?
I'll answer that. It will be the last if he loses, yes.
You don't think Texas will accept an NIT invitation?
I don't think so.
Okay, yeah, that's interesting. I mean,
I think they may lose. Sorry about that, NIT. I think they may just move along and find a coach. I think they'll be in the process of finding a coach instead of playing in that.
Try to get out in front of it, right, before anybody else fires their coach.
A lot of people they're looking at will still be playing.
Yeah, and I'm sure Chris Del Conte has had plenty of closed-door conversations already. I mean, he might already know exactly.
You're absolutely right. This door may already be closed.
Yeah, he might already know exactly who he's going to hire. There might already be a handshake agreement in place for who is going to be the next men's basketball coach here at Texas.
Sure.
So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, maybe if that's the case, you let Rodney Terry coach the NIT and just say, like, hey, thanks for what you've done, coach. We'll let you finish up this season. However the season ends, we'll give it to you. Or maybe it's just like, nah, we're ready to pull the plug on this right now.
Let me ask you about a name. And let me know if you'd say hell yeah or just no, it's not a good fit. Mark Few.
I mean,
he's not an old dude. He's been around for a while. Probably got a semi-young family. A place like Austin.
I don't think, look, Mark Few's done a tremendous job at Gonzaga. And
private school, though. Yeah, little school up in Spokane.
Nobody would know what Gonzaga is if it wasn't for Mark Few.
Right.
So he's done a great job. He's been to multiple Final Fours. He obviously hasn't won a national championship, which people will hold that against him. But to have the type of success that he's had at a place like Gonzaga in Spokane, Washington, is ridiculously impressive. But he is 62 years young, so he's got a little age on him. So I don't know if that fits exactly what Texas is looking for. And I don't know, would I be okay with Mark Few as the head coach of Texas? Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
But do I think he's a realistic candidate? No. I don't know if he wants to leave, number one, and I don't know if Texas wants to bring in a guy in his 60s, number two. So I think there's a lot of other avenues that they would go down before Mark Few. But, would he be an upgrade over Rodney Terry? Of course.
Yeah.
Would he be an upgrade over Shaka Smart? Of course. He'd be one of the most accomplished coaches, maybe the most accomplished coach that Texas basketball has ever had. But I don't think he's a very realistic candidate.
Is it because of his age, or you think he's just not going to leave that area? He's now set. He's been there. How many years has he been in Gonzaga?
Oh, I mean, since the 90s, I think.
Wow.
I think those two things are in cahoots, right? I think it's the age, and I think he's set there. Yeah, he's been the head coach since 99 at Gonzaga. So he's had other opportunities. I don't know if he's had too many opportunities as good as Texas, but he's turned down everything to stay up there, and he's been doing that for almost 3 decades now.
Boy, he could make the price right. You could, retire in a place in this area like that. I mean, I know. I guess if you've been in Spokane, I mean, that's Spokane.
He's got a lifetime contract basically at Gonzaga.
Yeah, okay.
He can do no wrong. Gonzaga had a little bit of a down year by their standards. Now, they did just win the West Coast Conference Tournament Championship last night over St. Mary's, and they are going to make the NCAA Tournament again. And, boy, it'd be nice for Texas basketball to be talking about that type of year as a down year. But it doesn't matter that they underachieved a little bit by their standards in the regular season. He ain't going anywhere. He's going to be able to stay there forever. And then when he's ready to hang him up, he's going to be able to handpick his replacement too. Obviously, you leave and come to Texas. Well, there's immediate pressure. And if things don't work out, you won't be here for that long. So I don't know if he wants to give all those things up.
Yeah. Like I said, he's never won the national championship. He's been in those, he's been close a couple times to get into Final Fours, but people are going to say, well, they'll say he's not good enough. And others will say, like you said, at his age, at 62, you're looking for a guy who's going to be around 10, 15 years.
Yeah.
Not to say he wouldn't be around 10 to 15 years, but that's kind of pushing it into your 70s.
Yeah, that is kind of pushing it there. And look, I mean, it's hard to find a coach that has won a national championship. Like, I'm sure everybody would love Jay Wright. I don't think you're getting Jay Wright. I'm sure everybody would love Bill Self. I don't think you're getting Bill Self. To me, Scott Drew is the only potential realistic candidate that has won a national championship. But there aren't a lot of active men's college basketball coaches that have won it all. Like, you're not getting Danny Hurley away from UConn.
No, the Lakers tried that last year.
Right. You're not getting Rick Pitino. Speaking of old, I mean, that guy's 10 years older than Mark Few is.
Yeah.
Not getting that dude away from St. John's. I'm trying to think, like, Tom Izzo's not leaving Michigan State.
No.
So I don't know how many more coaches out there have won national championships. That might be the entire list. Now, one of those guys I named is already retired, and Jay Wright. So
yeah, I just think Mark Few would be such a great fundamental coach. You know what I mean? And he would have, and he would be able to recruit. He's, that guy's worldwide recruiter.
He's a top 10 coach in college basketball. So yeah, you're not going to hear me say a whole lot of bad things about Mark Few. Like, again, the national narrative and the lowest common denominator is, he's never won a title. It's like,
yeah, okay,
he's had Gonzaga,
right?
Like, it's hard to recruit talent up there. It's hard to do a lot of things up there.
School's got like 9,000 in it.
Right. John Calipari's another national championship coach. I don't even want Coach Cal, and he just took a new job last year, so you're not going to get him away from Arkansas. So, yeah, like, it's Scott Drew. If you're looking for that box to be checked, hey, we need to hire a coach who has won a national championship to help bring us our first national championship, that Scott Drew is the guy that I think should be highest on your list. I don't know how realistic anybody else who has done that this season is. All right, it doesn't sound like you're giving Texas much of a chance against Vanderbilt today then, are you?
No, I think this thing has been in the books for a while. I think the goose has been cooked for about a month and a half or so anyway. I mean, the writing has been on the wall. I think they've been in discussions about what the future of Texas basketball is. Let's just play out the string and move on, unless you find a way to win the conference title, or maybe play in the conference title where you have a chance.
Yeah. Well, I think, I think Texas needs 2 wins to even get back on the bubble.
Right.
Right. Like, they've got to win today against Vandy, and they've got to beat A&M tomorrow to even have an argument to be an at-large team. That might not be enough. They might need to beat Tennessee on Friday in the quarterfinal round of the SEC tournament to get in. I think if they get to the semis, they're going to make it. If they get to the final, obviously if they win the final, they'll get the auto bid. If they make it to the final, I think they're a lock. But even if they get to the semifinal on Saturday, I think they're going to be a lock to get in. But to get there, Buck, that's, again, 3 wins in a row against 3 tournament teams with Vanderbilt, and then you'll be playing 2 top 15 ranked teams with A&M and Tennessee.
No, dude, remember, they can't even bring the ball up the court. They don't have a guy who can bring the ball up against the press.
You're combined. Yeah,
it's
right.
almost the middle of March.
You're combined 1 and 3 against those 3 teams that you'll have to beat. And the biggest problem, everything's been the biggest problem for Texas. But you look at their 3 best wins in the SEC regular season, I would say A&M, Kentucky, and at Mississippi State. The Longhorns lost the game after every single time. So it's like you feel like, oh my God, they might have some momentum going. They just got this big win against a ranked team. Like, maybe they can carry that over to their next game, and they haven't been able to do that. So it's like, I wouldn't be surprised at all if Texas beat Vanderbilt today, but expecting them to win 2 games in a row against good teams feels ridiculous because they haven't done that all season.
They're not letting Trey Johnson touch that ball today unless he becomes the true point guard and has to bring it up the entire game. That's it. They're gonna say, okay, the rest of you sluggos beat us. That's it. And like you said, will they Vandy understands that they're going to be in, somewhere in the tournament. Win, lose, or draw, they're probably in. So, I mean, where are their hearts going to be in this? Do we need to rest a little bit so we can make a run for 1 win in the tournament and then we're out too? I don't know where their heads would be. I like their coach because he seems like the kind of guy that they're going to just play their ass off. They just play that way all the time. They don't want to get beat by Texas at home.
This isn't week 18 in the NFL where Vanderbilt's going to be resting their players because they know they've got bigger.
Hard. I mean, this is a new coach, a young program that wants to make its way into the SEC and keep going and have some momentum even into next year. So they're not going to want to get beat by. They're not going to want to get beat by Texas in game number 1 of the conference championship. They're going to play their asses off today, and they're gonna, like you said, they're gonna put a lot of pressure on Texas today because they know they can fold. They'll fold up. Right. Why not put the pressure on them? Maybe we don't have to do that much.
Right. Yeah, full court press. If I'm Mark Byington, Vanderbilt's head coach, I'm running 40 minutes of basically havoc defense and seeing if Jordan Pope and Julian Larry can find a way to beat that, because I don't think they can. So you hope it's human nature, right? Like, Vanderbilt's going to try. They're going to play all of their starters. They're going to run their normal game plan as if this was a must-win game. Sure. But your hope is it's just human nature that kicks in. Again, I know I said this yesterday, and it's sad that this is my hope for Texas basketball today, but it is. Like, Texas's recent losses all came against desperate teams that were as desperate as Texas was. Oklahoma, Arkansas, I'm forgetting one. Georgia, when they played Georgia here a couple of weeks ago. Yes. The one game Texas won was against a team that was already in the tournament in Mississippi State.
Right.
So, like, I think if Mississippi State was as desperate as those other teams, Texas probably doesn't go into Starkville and win that game. So that's the hope, is like just human nature kicks in where Vanderbilt's players, like, subconsciously are like, yeah, we've done enough. We've done enough. We don't need this. Do we really need to play 2 games in 2 days, 3 games in 3 days, or should we just rest up for the big dance? Like, that's sadly what I have to hang my hat on as a Texas fan, is that you hope Vanderbilt just doesn't care as much as you do.
Yeah, Royal Ivy's name keeps popping up as a head coach possibility. Is Texas at the point where they give I'm not going to say he's not a young guy now. I mean, he's not old but he's been around a little bit now.
Yeah, he's in his 40s, and he's coached at a bunch of different places in the NBA. Obviously was South Sudan's coach in Olympic qualifying last year.
Counting these things as head coaches. I mean, I know he's the head coach of South Sudan, but do they count? I mean,
I have no interest in Royal Ivy as the head coach right now at Texas. Okay. Look, I get the argument for him. I mean, he's a fan.
Wish he was at more of a major college. He had more major college experience.
I wish he had any college head coaching experience. I want a guy who's been a coach at a high major program. Absolutely. I want to swing big because I think Texas can be one of the best jobs in America. Royal Ivy has no college head coaching experience. It's a too big of a risk. Could it work? Absolutely. I'm not saying there's no chance Royal Ivy could be a great coach, but I just, at this point right now, I would rather bring in somebody who has been there, done that, a proven winner.
Okay.
And yeah, I don't know if Royal Ivy is that in college. So I don't know. There's other names that I would prefer over him. Would I take him over Rodney Terry? Sure. Absolutely. But I wouldn't take him over most of the names that other people are kicking around right now. Trey Johnson needs to bounce back today. That goes without saying. For Texas to win, they need Trey Johnson to not go 0 for 14, and they need the other guys to play like they did on Saturday against Oklahoma.
Sure.
That's been the problem. It's like it's always been Trey and nobody else. On Saturday, it was everybody else and no Trey. Can we get some sort of combination of those two, please?
Well, they'll all have to play well. The guys that aren't Trey have to play well because they may not let him play. They may have 2 guys on him today and say, the rest of you guys, we'll go, 4 on 5 because you other guys are not going to get it done. You're not going to do anything with the ball. So
Jordan Pope had 21 on Saturday. Can he get you 15? Tremont Mark had 12. He averages 10 on the year. Can he get you another dozen?
They to me, yeah. I mean, if you can get a dozen from both of them, I think you're going to be okay. Yep. If they can bring the ball up the court, but Trey Johnson can't bring the ball. He can't be your point guard bringing it up the court because the guys can't break the press. That fundamental part of it will make him so exhausted because it's already 5 on 4 when he plays defense. So I mean, he's got to defend a little bit, but he can't bring it up, defend, and score a bunch of points. He's not at that level yet. He doesn't have that. And it's so late in the year, BK. You can't do all those things, you know.
Yeah, I don't know if anybody can do all of those things.
Well, no, your point guard's got to be able to bring it up at least half the court and get your offense started somehow. Throw it to the pivot guy and run around. They can't even do that right now.
Yeah, you do wonder. Speaking of NIT, right, whether or not Texas accepts a bid, if that's where they end up, you do wonder if Trey Johnson just opts out of that tournament. So, like this, if Texas loses today, this could be the last time we see Trey Johnson in a Longhorn uniform.
I think that would be embarrassing for the university. So I think the university themselves would rather say, no, we're not going to.
Well,
we're looking for a head coach right now.
I don't think they've ever said no. Like, I don't know if it's ever fallen in line. Like, when Shaka Smart won the NIT, he didn't get fired right after that. So I don't know if those two things have ever been going on at the same time, where it's like, you're debating an NIT bid and you're debating firing your head coach. So maybe that is the difference. But, like, Texas has always, at least to my knowledge, accepted NIT invitations.
Well, I would say yes if they knew they were keeping their coach. But if the deal is once that game is over with, he gets fired, they're not having a substitute coach, I don't believe.
Oh, yeah. No, the question would be, like, do you let RT coach the NIT? Like, yeah, they won't have it. If they're going to fire Rodney Terry, like, on the tarmac today, if they lose, then, yeah, you turn down the NIT. Because you don't have a bunch of guys coming back next year. It'd be one thing if it's like, oh, we got a bunch of young dudes.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Who could use another game to get ready for next season.
No.
But you're losing your entire roster.
It's not like a bowl game in football.
Right. There's no point in playing it if you're not having your coach and none of these players will be back either. Then you just rip the Band-Aid off and figure out who's next. But we'll see. There's still a path for Texas to make the tournament, believe it or not. I think there are some Texas fans who would rather just see this thing end today so you don't feel obligated to watch. And you only have to get let down one more time versus a few more times. We'll see if Texas can handle the pressure of the moment. They're playing for their tournament lives. They're maybe playing for their head coach's life. I shouldn't say life. I should say his career. He's not going to die if he loses this game today. At least I don't think. But, yeah, Texas needs 2 wins minimum in Nashville to even get talked about by Jerry Palm and Joe Lenardi and all of these bracketologists out there. And I will say this in regards to Vanderbilt. Texas led by 10 in the second half in Nashville during the regular season. Now, the Horns blew it. They gave up 42 points in the last 13 minutes of that game and lost by 8. But the first time they played Nashville, first time they played Vanderbilt, they were there. So this is not an unwinnable game. Texas is a 2-point underdog today. Like, they could get this one. Obviously, you got to win 2, but you can't win the second one if you don't win today.
Right.
This is not an unbeatable Vanderbilt team. And I know it's in Nashville, but Vanderbilt has a sub-500 record outside of Memorial Gym. They were great at home, and that's where Texas played them. They weren't so great at any other arena this year. So don't completely count Texas out. There's a chance they could win this game today. At least give you a glimmer of hope.
The team that has a kid carry on it?
Yep.
Oh, gee.
And that guy came off the bench in that regular season tilt and just bullied.
That's right. That's the dude that bullied the crap out of him.
Yeah, and he's only like 6'7", 6'8", but he might as well have been 7'8" with what Caden Shedrick allowed him to do.
Oh, that's right.
They got that white guy, Tyler Nickel, who hit 4 threes. They got A.J. Hogard, the little Michigan State transfer, who also ran over Caden Shedrick once or twice.
Yeah, he did. That's right. He went to the rack on him a couple times. You're right.
5'11", 6-foot guard, whatever he is. Yeah, I mean, look, Vanderbilt's better. That's why they're favored. They should be favored, but they're not an unbeatable team.
No.
And again, the desperation is a hell of a drug. It's something I always say. Texas has that right now. Maybe Vandy doesn't. We'll see what happens. 2:30 today, your tip-off time for Texas and Vanderbilt.
And there's a whole day of all of that. SEC's got a full day.
Oh, dude, this is like, I hate that South by Southwest is this week. Now, I get it. It's spring break, and you want to do it before it gets too hot in Austin, even though it's supposed to be 90 today. But it's like, man, I just want to lay up on the couch and watch college basketball all week long, because you get the SEC tournament, you get the Big Ten tournament, the Big 12, the ACC, the Big East, like all of these. There's so many college basketball games going on. We've already seen 10 or so bids punched or tickets punched. to the tournament in the lesser conferences. But now you're about to get like some really great matchups in these major conferences. This is as good of a week in men's college hoops as there is in the season.
For sure.
So it's epic. And yeah, 4 SEC games today. I think you'll have 4 tomorrow, 4 on Friday, then 2 on Saturday, and then your championship on Sunday. And it's gonna be a lot of fun. It's gonna be a lot of fun.
This whole deal of the type of players, you're gonna have a coach that has players that are just so skilled coming in, and you can't have just one guy. You can't have one standout. You're gonna have to have wherever you get them from, BK. You're gonna have 3 of them that can absolutely play. You know,
yeah.
Whatever it's gonna take, they have to be players, and your point guard has to be somebody that I just got to believe you got to get an experienced guy from somewhere else. I don't care where it's from. You can tell me you went to Moravian College in Bethlehem, PA. If he's an experienced guy that can bring the ball and start your offense somehow, and you're not relying on guys when the pressure comes to just throw the ball to the other guy. I mean, just jump in the air and throw it up for grabs. I mean, you just got to have a point guard. You know that this time of the year, any time of the year. I don't know why it's always at this time of the year where people say you got to have one now at this part. I think you got to have one from day one.
I agree with you.
Controls your tempo.
Of course. Yeah, I agree with you. I'm about to talk out of both sides of my mouth here. Okay. I think with this roster, a better coach has Texas in the NCAA tournament and like safely in the NCAA tournament. I absolutely think this roster is good enough to be dancing. Again, this was a preseason top 25 team, even though Texas lost as much as it lost from last year. So I think this roster was constructed well enough to be a tourney team. Now, here's the other side. If there are any Rodney Terry defenders still left out there, and like most people will say, well, it's because of what he did. He took Texas to the Elite Eight, and it had been 15 years since they had been to the Elite Eight. And that was incredibly impressive. Like, there are a lot of coaches who would not have done as good of a job as RT did in 2023 after Chris Beard got let go. So I'm not saying he doesn't deserve credit for that at all. He deserves a ton of credit for that. But that was with Chris Beard's roster. Yeah, it was Rodney Terry coaching him up for most of the year. But my point is, roster assembly is a massive part of being a college basketball coach in the transfer portal NIL era. It is a massive part. So if you don't think this roster is good enough, and you're right, they don't have a true point guard, that's a huge problem. If you're mad about that, then that's another reason to get rid of Rodney Terry, because the further away he's gone from Chris Beard's players and the more he's had to construct his own roster, the worse the team has gotten. So that's like, again, it goes to the point, if there's nothing really that you can point to that gives you a lot of confidence that Rodney Terry can rebuild a roster from scratch like he's going to have to do after this year that can be better than what we've seen this season. So he's just not a great coach, and he's proven to be a poor roster assembler, if that's the best way to describe it.
Yeah, I mean, he's got some veteran coaches on his staff that have been around too.
And they're dog shit. Like Frank Haith, I was saying this at the time that guy was hired. That guy has been fired everywhere. He's not a good coach, and he's running this offense for Texas. And it's like, you could have gotten somebody better. Instead, those guys are friends.
Yeah, just lean back on your friend, yeah.
Right? Like Texas, they would have given Rodney Terry. This isn't a Charlie Strong situation where Red McCombs is like, that guy shouldn't be here. I'm not going to give him anything. No, Rodney Terry could have made changes to his coaching staff if he wanted to, and he didn't. He didn't. So, yeah, I mean, RT, like, I will always love him for what he did in 2023. 4 tournament wins in 2 years at Texas. That hasn't been done a lot. It hasn't been done a lot. He deserves credit for that, but this thing is going so far in the wrong direction. I mean, we're having conversations about whether or not you should accept an NIT bid. That should never happen at Texas in this era of college basketball with everything that Texas has at its disposal. That should never happen at Texas. I was pissed Shaka Smart got as many chances as he got because of what he had done with Texas. Now, with NIL and the portal being bigger than what it was with Shaka here, these conversations, it's ridiculous that we're having these conversations here. Change is needed. Yeah, I think it will be.
And the longer you wait, the longer the more other guys are going to be gone. Players are going to be making their moves after these conference, not just championship games, but these in between games where some good teams get kicked out of it and are gone. Their players are going to be gone too.
Yeah. Well, you bring in a big name, like depends on who you get, right? I mean, you go get TJ Otzelberger from Iowa State. Maybe you get a couple of his players to come in, and boom, right away you got something cooking.
Sure.
You go get Tommy Lloyd from Arizona. Maybe you get a couple of his players. Boom, you got something cooking. Like that's the thing. If you go hire a high major head coach from somewhere else, there's just a couple of examples. Like you might get a couple of those players to come in right away and help you out. And that gives you a little foundation to where it's like, oh, you're not totally building from scratch because you already know you've got a couple of players who know the coach, know the system, knows what it takes to be successful with that coach and with that system. You might already have them in your backyard.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. 2:30 today, Texas and Vanderbilt. They win, they'll get a rematch, or I should say round 3 with Texas A&M. It's like, would you rather lose today so you don't have to lose to the Aggies tomorrow?
Ugh.
I'm going to pose that question to you commenters and Coda texters out there. Obviously, you'd rather win both. That goes without saying. And you don't have a chance to beat A&M if you don't beat Vanderbilt. But
I'd rather have that chance of playing A&M. Sorry.
Okay. You don't want to lose to the nerds. You don't want to lose to the nerds.
I don't want to lose to those guys, the Commodores. Really?
Yeah, Lionel Richie and company out there. Not what you need. All right, we'll take your thoughts. 512-222-9328. That is the Coda text line again.
Because we always think we can beat the Aggies no matter what. Even if we can't, we always think we can.
Well, we usually can.
Yeah, that's true. That's right.
I mean, I'm still stunned that Texas won that game against A&M here in Austin.
I'm still stunned that they lost to the Sooners. I'm still in shock from Saturday. That's the one that's got me really pissed that you really lost to that group.
Yeah, senior night, must-win game at home, and you lose to a team that you've beaten 8 times in a row.
How do you do that?
The hay might have already been in the barn, as our guy Longhorn fan from Denton says on the Coda text line. If it wasn't in the barn, it got there on Saturday night.
Yeah, it was in the wagon about to be loaded into the barn. That's what I believe the hay's been in the barn, so.
All right, we'll shift gears here. We got plenty of NFL free agency to get into. We will talk some Texas baseball. That's a winning team. That's fun to talk about right now. Before we get to that and some of the fun stories we've got planned for today's show, how about another round of sponsor shout-outs?
Folks, if you're seeking that specialized patient-focused orthopedic care, contact the experts at Texas Orthopedics. Their physicians offer comprehensive surgical and non-surgical orthopedic care for children and adults, spinal care, trauma care, sports medicine, joint replacement. Christopher Danny, Christopher Stockton, 2 dedicated doctors there. Love those guys. And their goal is to get you right back into good health and the great quality of life that you deserve. Texas Orthopedics is the #1 orthopedic practice and the largest independent practice in the state of Texas. For more information, go to txortho.com.
Yes, indeed. Some love to our friends at McCall Custom Homes as well. And right now, our friends at McCall Custom Homes are hooking you up with a free estimate. So if you're thinking about upgrading your kitchen, maybe renovating a bathroom, maybe adding some new life to your outdoor space. You want that outdoor kitchen with some TVs out there and some couches for your family and friends to sit and hang out. Our friends at McCall Custom Homes are letting you get that estimate for free so you can meet with Mike and his great team, see what they've got in mind. You can talk about what you've got in mind and see if it's the right move for you and your family. McCall Custom Homes are custom home builders and renovators, and they've been doing that here in Central Texas for 40 years. That's right. It's a company that started here in the Austin area. They've stayed here in the Austin area, so they know what it takes to turn your Austin area home into something truly, truly special. It's a father-son team, family-owned and operated business. They do a great job. Don't just take my word for it. Check out their 5-star reviews online, and you can go to their website, McCallCustomHomesATX.com. Look at the gallery of projects they've done over the last 40 years, and then see some of their great works from their set for yourself. Get some ideas for your home, and then when you're ready, reach out to them there. McCallCustomHomesATX.com, or you can call or text our buddy Mike, 512-633-9580. It's McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your Oh,
One person says, are we treating men's basketball like we do football? No, because nobody cares about basketball. And then CB says the next head coach needs assurance that an investment will be made. They don't treat it the same. It's not treated the same.
Well, hold on here. I'll respond to both of those. Look, I am in the minority here.
Yes, I'm talking only to you because you're the only one that likes basketball.
Well, I think Chris Del Conte thinks more like me than he does like you.
Okay.
At least I hope he does. I could be way off on that. Who knows? If Chris Del Conte feels like you, he will bring Rodney Terry back for another season. I don't know. No one cares about basketball. As long as football and baseball and volleyball are figured out, like, we're gravy. No problems here.
Women's basketball.
Yeah, I don't think he thinks like that. I'm treating men's basketball pretty close to football. It'll never be as big as football, but I'm saying, like, the way Texas fans think about the football job being one of the best jobs in America, that's the way we should condition ourselves to think about men's basketball. Is that Texas fans' hubris? Perhaps it is. But all of the money, all of the facilities, all of the resources that you have with football, you've got with basketball. The difference is you don't have 4 national championships, and you're not one of the winningest programs ever. You don't have the history. But all of the other stuff you could have. And, oh, by the way, the talent in Texas basketball is like the talent in Texas football, to where there's more of it here than just about anybody else or anywhere else.
Does Oklahoma have more of a history in basketball than Texas?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. I mean, they've played for a national championship. Texas hasn't done that yet. They've been to more Final Fours. I think they've had more All-Americans. Like, they've been a better program historically than Texas has. And then CB says the next head coach needs assurances that an investment will be made. Of course. But, like, don't get it twisted. Rodney Terry had financial backing this past year. You don't get Trey Johnson for no money. You don't get, sadly, Caden Shedrick and Tremont Mark and Jordan Pope, some of these guys who underachieved. You don't get those guys for no money. Now, you can look and say, well, Jacob Toppin, Texas Tech got him. Look, Texas football loses out on guys because they get outbid. It happens. But this is not a case of Charlie Strong, again, where it's like, we don't really want this guy to succeed, so we're going to hamstring him at every possible turn.
Yeah.
No, like, this roster was built with a good amount of money. And, again, it wasn't good enough. So, of course, you're right, CB. You need financial assurances that for the next coach. But, Rodney Terry did not fail because he didn't get money. He failed because he didn't use the money well enough and he didn't coach well enough.
Yeah, I would think on campuses, football, basketball has to be your 2 money revenue. Those are the ones that get the money. They're the ones that generate money for your college athletics on all campuses.
Hey, CB,
it's not just at Texas; it's everywhere.
CB, I love you. If Texas was 8th instead of 13th in the conference, we wouldn't be talking about a new coach. So, like, you're 8th in NIL investment. I think it could be higher. I think it probably will be higher if you bring in a head coach that everybody loves. But Texas is 13th in the SEC. They were 4th to last this year. If they were middle of the road team in this conference, then they're safely in the tournament, and we're not talking about a coaching change here.
Yeah.
So that's the difference right there. Like, there are teams that spend less than Texas did this year that are going to be dancing. Texas won't. So that's why it's not good enough right now.
Interesting.
Yeah, there you go. All right, quick shout out to who needs a shout out here? I don't know. I think we're pretty good on shout outs right now.
We got them.
Let's go on. Let's continue, shall we? Let's talk a little NFL free agency here. We'll get back to the Longhorns a little bit later. But can I ask you a question?
Go ahead, buddy.
Why the hell did Dallas clear up all of that cap space by restructuring CeeDee Lamb and Dak Prescott's contracts?
Because there's still time to make deals. Isn't there? Are we done?
What was the point of that?
I don't know. Waiting till the very last second when there's nobody left.
They did make a couple moves yesterday. They brought back 2 of their own. Kavontae Turpin, the all-pro returner, is returning.
I'm okay with that. They didn't do that. That's okay. I mean, he's valuable for a punt return every once in a while, kickoff return.
They gave him $18 million over 3 years, which to me leads you to believe that he's going to be a factor on offense.
I don't like to hear that. I don't want to see him as my wide receiver in the slot.
I don't either. I mean, he can be like your fifth receiver, but I don't want him as like a number 3. Like, I love KaVontae Turpin as a returner, and maybe that's what you had to pay to keep him as a returner, but
I don't think you had to pay that much to do that. Seems like a lot.
you don't really pay special teamers $6 million if they're just on special teams.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. I'm not going to complain that KaVontae Turpin's back because he's a difference maker. So, I'm fine with that. I hope that doesn't preclude the Cowboys from making other moves. They also brought back the punter, Buck. Man, the Cowboys are going to have great special teams. The punter's back. The long snapper's back. The return man's back.
The kicker's back.
The kicker's back. Of course, he's the best kicker in football. Like, what more do you need right there? That third facet of the game, the Cowboys have down packed. Here's what else Dallas did.
But you know what they don't? The special teams coach, he's gone, isn't he finally? Bones?
Yeah, he left on his own accord. He went to the Titans, I believe.
Yeah, why would that guy leave Dallas?
Well, he left after McCarthy got let go and before Shoddy got hired.
So, in other words, he already had a gig. Somebody had offered him a job.
Yeah, I think he was worried that the Cowboys were actually going to hire a qualified candidate from outside the organization.
And he would bring in a new special teams coach. Yeah, you're right.
Yep, I think he was worried about that, so he just wanted to make sure he got a gig or had a gig in the first place.
Smart move.
So I can't fault him too much. Maybe he was just done with the circus in Arlington.
He had seen enough of it.
Maybe that was the case. Dallas did sign 2 external free agents yesterday. A couple of former first-round picks. Solomon Thomas, 2-year, $8 million deal, and Peyton Turner, a 1-year deal. Again, the Dallas Cowboys, it's been a decade since they have paid more than $6 million a year for an external free agent. Solomon Thomas, former third overall pick, played under new Cowboys defensive line coach Aaron Whitecotton in New York. Yes, that is a real name, Buck. Aaron Whitecotton. He was with the Jets last year, had an okay season, but he's been underwhelming since coming to the league. And then Peyton Turner, first-round pick of the Saints back in 2021, played his college ball at Houston, still with a bunch of injuries, played only 31 games in 4 years. He's been a total flop in the league.
Yeah, that doesn't do anything for me. Or or any other fans.
No. And it's like, I mean, Pro Football Focus ranked 256 free agents this offseason. Like, their top 256 guys. The Dallas Cowboys have signed 4 total free agents. Those guys are ranked 123, 159, and then the other 2 are unranked. They're not even in the top 256.
Wow.
What? Like, they're not even trying to give the illusion that they are trying to win anymore.
They could have just got Hopkins, would have made me feel a little bit better. Although that guy needs to get ready for his retirement jacket somewhere.
Like Hall of Fame jacket?
No, he's not going to get to the Hall of Fame.
It'll be close. But yeah, DeAndre Hopkins signing with the Ravens yesterday. That would have been the best signing the Cowboys have made all offseason.
I know, and that would have been like, really?
Like washed up wide receiver whose best days are clearly behind him. That would have been better than anything else the Cowboys have
I'm
done.
looking at what are the Ravens taking that dude for? They got young receiver. They got a couple of receivers that are pretty good. They got banged up, obviously, last year.
Right. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's 1 year for $6 million, so I think it's pretty low risk there. Maybe you get a little bit of a reward for DeAndre Hopkins. I mean, they've got Zay Flowers. They've got Rashad Bateman. Maybe Hopkins is your number 3 right there. He'd be fine. Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, they spend their time throwing to the tight end anyway.
All right. And for the Cowboys, I don't. They got people excited by clearing up the cap space. They got people excited by signing Osa Odigizua as early as they did, but they've resorted back to same old Cowboys of the last decade.
Can I tell you how they're piling up the money for one Micah Parsons here?
Well, again, that's another back to the Cowboys of the last decade. Like they could have gotten a deal done before Max Crosby and Myles Garrett. They didn't. So
no,
now
they're trying to stockpile money so they can get it done before the summer starts, or it's going to be that guy's going to be a head case.
Yeah. Well, believe it or not, you can pay Micah Parsons close to $40 million and still also spend money on other people. That's what everybody else does. But the Cowboys are going to be like, well, you guys wanted Micah Parsons, and we couldn't afford Micah and Dak and CD and pay anybody else. So you're going to like this. Take it and like it. Keep buying those tickets, please.
Yeah, take these little scrubs that we're bringing in. Yeah, that doesn't do much right there.
It's just they are literally telling you to be fans of another team. They are telling you that they don't give a shit about winning.
And the Commanders are making deals, and Philadelphia's people are taking people from the championship team all over the place, and the Cowboys are just sitting there watching.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind getting a former Eagle or two on the team. Those guys were pretty good last year, I think.
Yeah, they're going everywhere.
They're going everywhere except Dallas.
Yes.
They are going to Houston. Texans made another trade. They traded another offensive lineman yesterday. They shipped off Tunsil.
They must not like that line whatsoever. They're going to have all new dudes there.
Yeah, they shipped off Tunsil on Monday. That was the big surprise. They traded Kenyon Green yesterday. That should not be viewed as a surprise. That guy was just a total bust. Houston kid, great kid, played his college ball at A&M. Texans spent a mid-first round pick on him a few years ago, and it just never clicked. He just wasn't good. So he goes to the Eagles. Watch, he's about to be like an all-pro for Philly.
Yeah, year one all-pro.
I know Texans fans are already bracing themselves for that. But the Texans get C.J. Gardner-Johnson in return. That guy's a total head case. He's a total pain in the ass. He's like a wide receiver level diva. If he could catch, he probably would be a wide receiver considering his personality. But he's a solid player with a championship pedigree. And that Texan secondary was already one of the best in football.
Yes, it was.
Now you bring that dude in. That's a great move.
Now
does he take Texans? Does
he take the place of the dude Ward, who is maybe the weak link now?
Yeah, I think so.
Wow.
I think CJ GJ, right? CJ Gardner-Johnson. Yeah, CJ GJ becomes the starting strong safety for the Texans.
Man.
You've got Derek Stingley and Kamari Lassiter at corner. Those guys both fantastic players. Stingley's elite. Lassiter had a great rookie year. You've got those two guys. You've got Jalen Petrie out of Baylor, still as your nickel guy. And now you add CJ Gardner-Johnson into the fold. That's good. That's real good for D'Amico Ryan's defense. Yeah.
I thought Ward was the guy that held him back.
So I got no problem with the Texans trading Kenyon Green. I still want to know what they're going to do with that O-line. They did sign Laken Tomlinson, who's a veteran guard who's, bounced around and started at a few different spots. So they did bring in somebody on the O-line, but that's the biggest problem for the Texans last year was the five guys up front, and they have lost two of them on their own accord, not to free agency, but to trades this week.
Yeah, I mean, there's been a lot of movement.
Yeah. So there's your Texans talk. But, yeah, a lot of movement around the league. How about Joey Bosa to Buffalo?
Great. That's just what they need. They get rid of an old guy and bring in this guy. If he's healthy, that's a problem for everybody.
That's a great move for Buffalo, isn't it? Right? One-year deal, too, so you don't have to worry too much about, him getting hurt all of the time and you having a ton of money invested over multiple years. It's a chance for Joey Bosa to prove that, he's still one of the best pass rushers in football, so he can get a big money contract next offseason. Obviously, he gets the chance to compete for a ring. That's a great deal.
Yeah, is Khalil Mack still hanging around somewhere?
Chargers, they re-signed him.
They did?
Yeah, he's back in L.A. So, they went with him instead of Joey Bosa, but Bosa was making more, I guess, so they let Bosa go. I love this move for Buffalo. That's been the problem for the Bills in these playoffs. It hasn't been Josh Allen. It's been their defense hasn't been able to stop Patrick Mahomes.
Right.
And now you get Joey Bosa on what is already a very talented defense when they play everybody else except Kansas City. Then that's going to help a lot. What about Daniel Jones to the Colts? Is that how bad it is for Anthony Richardson that they just signed Danny Dimes?
Yeah, to give him some pressure, really?
Those guys both suck ass.
That is going to be bad news for them.
I feel for Adonai Mitchell, man.
Yeah, no kidding.
That's the first person I thought of when I saw the Colts do this yesterday. It's like, man, pretty cool being drafted into the NFL. It's not that cool when you're a wide receiver having to catch balls from Anthony Richardson and Daniel Jones. What did he do to deserve that?
He's going to be the headless wide receiver. That's what he's going to be.
Oh, they're going to behead him?
Somebody who's going to behead him with those two dudes throwing balls at him.
Well, those guys throw like they don't have heads.
Yeah.
You wonder what they're looking at most times when they're playing quarterback.
And this is to put pressure on the young guy? Wow.
Yeah, I mean, the Colts a few weeks ago, I think at the Combine, they're like, we are going to bring somebody in to compete with Anthony Richardson. I was wondering who that was going to be. For their sake, I was hoping it was going to be somebody better than Daniel Jones, but that's...
Because now there is no pressure on him again.
Now it's like if Anthony Richardson can't beat out Daniel Jones, then I guess he's done, right?
Yeah, we screwed up the first round pick.
Yeah, top 5 pick too. I mean, it's just the guy had so much potential. The talent was crazy, but he had 1 year of college football, and it was not a good year of college football. It was a total shot in the dark for the Colts to take AR-15 with that 4th overall pick.
And now you're in competition with that. This is the guy you're in competition with, and if you can't beat him out, you've screwed up.
It's pretty fitting, and it's just more evidence that no one knows what the hell they're doing when they draft a quarterback, which is why I think the top 2 teams should draft Cam Ward and Shedeur Sanders, just like see if it works. Because Richardson was number 4, and I think Daniel Jones was number 6. And those guys, well, didn't work. Some guys you take number 1 and number 2, work out great. Some guys you draft early don't work out. You got to take a flyer on somebody, I think. I don't know. We'll see what happens in April. But, yeah, that's 4. By the way, here's the value of being a quarterback. Hey, parents, raise your kids to be QBs. Hell, raise them to be baseball players or golfers, I guess, first, if you can. Daniel Jones is making more money next year than Joey Bosa. Like 5-time Pro Bowler, like a few more good seasons, could be in the Hall of Fame discussion. Daniel Jones, total bust. That guy is making more money than Joey Bosa in 2020.
And he may not even be playing.
He might not even be playing. You're right. He could be a backup all year. And he's getting paid more than... Wow. Yeah. Raise your kids to be quarterbacks, parents. There's my tip for parents in the car line this morning.
Tips for parents. Go ahead and get those golf clubs in their hands as soon as possible.
Yeah, do a little Tiger Woods action there.
Or tennis racket or whatever they can.
Oh, tennis is, those individual sports pay out nice.
Yes, they do.
Especially, though, golf and tennis, those country club sports.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Now, you might have to sacrifice your child to, like, Serbia or Spain at the age of 2 and just say, hey, you raise them, turn them into a tennis star. You might have to be willing to do that. But
send them abroad. I didn't send my guy abroad. I should have sent him abroad to be a soccer player.
You should have sent him abroad?
Send him abroad.
Overseas.
When they're of age to go abroad and play soccer, send them.
I was like, I don't know if sending your son a woman from the streets would help his soccer career out too much.
No.
You're right. Yeah, your son, he played college soccer, got a scholarship.
Yeah, he was good. He was fine.
But he could be, didn't he have a cup of coffee in the MLS?
He played with the Kansas City Wizards for 3 years.
Go. So he made it further than most. But yeah, if you were willing to sacrifice not having a kid around for 2 decades, maybe he'd be playing.
Yeah, what's wrong with that? Bye.
He'd be playing for PSG or something.
That's what I'm saying. His mom said, nope, you're not going over there. You're staying right here.
Although your son's 40 now, so I think he'd be done playing for PSG.
Yes, he would. He's doing just fine. Good.
Yeah, it worked out for him okay, I would say. A couple other big moves of note. Justin Reed going to the New Orleans Saints. That's a good pickup for them and a big loss for Kansas City. And I like what your Vikings have done. Like, obviously, their whole season depends on the Sam Darnold decision. They let Darnold walk.
Sure.
It seems like J.J. McCarthy's the guy. They could bring in Aaron Rodgers.
I keep hearing that. Why are you spreading that? Nobody wants him there.
He's still out there. Just saying. And he's got to complete.
Seattle did. I still don't believe what Seattle did. How did they help themselves?
The Brett Favre deal, man. A D pick, steal from the poor, give to the rich, and go play for Minnesota. That's it. He's almost there. But your Vikings, Jonathan Allen and Javon Hargrave, 2 of the better defensive tackles in football, going to Minnesota. Like, I am a build on the trenches guy. And the Vikings signed an offensive lineman yesterday, and they signed 2 really good defensive linemen yesterday.
Well, you got to do that with a guy who's got a bum knee now. You don't know.
Yeah, and he's on that rookie contract, so it's like you build around QBs. If you think you've got a franchise guy on a rookie deal, you build around him. And the Vikings brought back Aaron Jones, so they've got a running back. They've got some great receivers. They've got a great tight end. They just upgraded their offensive and defensive lines. I mean, it's a team that won 14 games last year. They're good. It just all depends on if JJ the Jet plane is the right guy.
Yeah, you're right.
But I like what they've done. There's going to be no excuses for him. He's got a great offensive-minded coach, too. They're going to be expecting him to hit the ground running.
And who's protecting Patrick Mahomes? Just his center? Is he the only guy who's remained with that group right now?
They've lost a lot. I think they brought in an offensive lineman yesterday. You would think in the draft the Chiefs are going to spend that 31st overall pick on an offensive lineman.
Oh, for sure.
They might spend their first 2 picks on offensive linemen. But yeah.
And then negotiate with their big defense. Then negotiate with Chris Jones again all summer long.
Oh my God.
Don't worry about
right.
He's not coming to camp. See him in game 1.
Yeah. They did bring in a left tackle, Jalen Moore, who came in. And he's been a backup for a lot of his career. They're just kind of hoping he could, step into a role as a starting tackle for them. We'll see. That O-line stunk to high heaven in that Super Bowl. So they're trying. They're trying, but as of now, it's been a net negative, I think, for the Chiefs in this off season.
Yeah, and the Cowboys aren't even trying.
I mean, it's like I'm never going to abandon my fandom because that's just not who I am. But again, they are basically asking you to leave by just telling you that, we're not going to do anything. You're not happy? We're not going to do anything to change it. You want a new GM? No. You want a real coaching search? No. You want better players in? No. Just keep buying the season tickets.
Waiting for you, because once again, as they're filling up that room for Micah Parsons, when they tell you that, then he's going to blame it on you. I hope this works out, you fans, because this is what you all wanted. So I've been saving all this cash for this guy.
Jerry, it's about 1% of what the fans wanted.
I know. Listen, you know what? He can't throw passes, he can't catch balls, and he can't run with the ball on offense.
The Cowboys have massive holes at running back, cornerback, defensive line.
Wow.
Wide receiver, offensive line.
Holy shit.
Outside of that, not too bad.
And then they've got to hold their breath so that the linebackers play all right, because they got one for Texas that's been back-to-back years hurt. They brought the old dude in from Minnesota that they brought back again. I'm like, you guys didn't do this again. They did.
He was on a 2-year deal, so they could have cut him, I guess, but they didn't. But yeah, I mean, I can't argue with you that was not a good contract. It's just,
wow. Yeah, they got a lot of holes to fill. You're right about that.
I mean, it's giant holes.
Yes.
Like, there's not enough Flex Seal in the world that can fill these holes.
And then the team that had a fantastic year with a young quarterback, they're trying to just build on what they got going on. They're trying to get the super team.
Yeah, no, Washington's done a great job. And again, look, the Cowboys can do more, okay? I'm not spewing Jerry propaganda here, excusing the Cowboys for not doing what they should be doing. But Dak's making $60 million a year. Jayden Daniels is making a few mil a year on that rookie contract. So this is what you should do. I wish the Cowboys did this a little bit more when Dak was on his rookie deal. Like, you spend your money. Spend your money right now. Go all in right now. Washington's doing that, and they are going to be a force. I mean, Philly's still got to be your favorites in the NFC. But remember how it works. There is never a repeat winner in the NFC East. So everyone's going to pick Philly to win that division next year. But you should be picking Washington.
Yes.
Philly's going to make the playoffs, I'm sure. They'll probably win 11 or 12 games. But the last 20 years of NFC East history tells you that the Commanders – I mean, somebody else. It could be Dallas no, it's not going to be Dallas or the Giants. The Commanders are the team that's going to win that division next year.
You almost said Dallas, and you almost wanted to say the Giants. Giants are going nowhere, dude.
Yeah, technically all three of those teams could have a shot, but, you're right. Giants aren't going anywhere. The Cowboys aren't really going anywhere either.
So I saw the running back that they're bringing in. Wow.
The Giants?
No, the Cowboys.
Oh, Javonte Williams?
Wow.
Yeah. He's the oldest 24-year-old you've ever seen.
Dude, that's just a prayer that guy looks like he's 37.
Look, if you told me that the Cowboys' plan is to draft Travion Henderson in the second round and pair him with Javonte Williams, and that's your 1-2, then I'm fine. Fine with it. If you tell me that the plan is for Javonte Williams and Deuce Vaughn to be your 1 and 2 running backs.
No way. There's no chance they could do that. BK, then you have to give up your fan. If those are the 2 running backs you're coming to the year with, you need to give it up. You need to go ahead and just root for the Texans and quit rooting for the Cow. Just give it up. Take the Chiefs and the Texans and just move along, because if those 2 guys are the 2 that you have as your 1-2, you're not doing anything in your run game again. And you're missing a couple offensive linemen.
Yeah. If that happens, I won't give up the fandom, but we will not talk about the Dallas Cowboys next season. I'm going to make that declaration.
The meat on the bone comes off of Dak's hammy again. Who knows?
I'm going to make that declaration right now. If Javonte Williams is the Cowboys' #1 running back, barring injury, like they could bring somebody else in and they get hurt, and then you're stuck with Javonte, or they could draft somebody and they get hurt, whatever. But if the plan is for Javonte and Deuce Vaughn to be like your 1-2, we are not going to talk about the Dallas Cowboys in the fall. We're not going to. Sorry. Or really, you're welcome.
By the way, you don't see Deuce Vaughn picking up $6 million as a return guy.
No. I mean, Deuce Vaughn is on a very low-paid, 6th-round rookie contract, so there's no real point in getting rid of him. He's good enough to keep around, I guess.
Yeah, he's good enough to be on your look squad to help out down below with your defense. That's about it.
Your look squad.
Yeah, he's on the look squad. Look out, look out. We're about to take your head off. That's
because he's so small. Looky here, kid.
No,
looky here, little Deuce.
He's not going to get any real games.
Yeah, I don't know. He hasn't been as good as I thought he would be. I don't know. I didn't think he'd be Darren Sproles, because no one's Darren Sproles, but no. I thought he'd make more of an impact than he has, and he looks too small.
He looks too small, doesn't he?
Maybe he is too small.
There just comes a time that, when Kyler Murray looks bigger than you do, that's kind of scary.
Yeah, Kyler Murray is bigger than Deuce Vaughn, too.
Wow.
So that's when you know. All right, we'll take your thoughts. There's the latest and greatest from NFL free agency. The Cowboys bringing in a bunch of has-beens. The Texans totally revamping their offensive line. A few other big moves from around the league. Obviously, the big moves will continue. Most of the best players have already agreed to deals, but today is the first official day of the league year. So all of these contracts can become official today. And obviously, you still have a few big-name free agents that are out there. So we'll keep you abreast of everything that's going on. And every show on TSU will be talking about NFL free agency today. All right, before we get to a little Longhorn baseball, how about 14 straight for Jim Schlossnagel's crew?
Nice.
Let's give out another quick round of sponsor shout-outs.
Who do I have available here? Oh, I know what I'll be having. I'll be having my Big Hat non-alcohol products here, of course, this weekend watching college basketball. Big Hat has the non-alcohol drink. It is absolutely delicious. It has all that wonderful ginger flavor in it. But they also have alcohol drinks too at Big Hat. The mojitos and mimosas. You're going to love the drinks there. They are so tasty. You'll find them at the Moody Center. Obviously, you saw them all at the football games. They have them. Big Hat products are absolutely delicious. And I do love the non-alcohol drink. It is unreal. Over some ice, good stuff. Good on the golf course too, BK. When everybody's slamming those all stats, I'm slamming that Big Hat product out there, being the big guy with my drink there. Yeah, give me a little ice in that thing. I love it.
What was that?
Oh, that was me being the big shot, drinking my non-alcohol drink while everybody's slamming the alcohol. I'm slamming non-alcohol over ice. You know what? Quenches my thirst for sure.
Is that what you say though when you're pouring a drink?
Yeah, big guy here. Come on now. Yeah, that's the maneuver I make.
I see why your friends are trying to move you up to the shorter tees.
Getting there, brother. A couple more months.
That's not like we want to help you out. That's we don't want to hang out with you as much on the course.
Let me help you. I'm almost there. June 29th, I will be there. And that's for life then, Can't move up any closer unless I become a woman.
You could do that. A lot of people are doing that to help in sports.
No, I'm gonna keep my thing. I'm not flipping it. I'm not flipping it inside out. I'm not doing that. I'm not gonna do that. I'm just keeping my thing.
You could keep your thing and just change what you identify as.
No, I'm not doing that either.
Okay.
I had a purpose.
The opportunity's there, just so you know.
I didn't make this deal. Somebody else gave me all of this. So I'm gonna think that the one that gave me all this made the right decision. So I'm good. I'm not turning anything inside out. I'm not making any more maneuvers.
Speaking of right decisions, if you want to make the right decision with the car you buy,
there you go.
Go see our friends at Cobra Bee Cave.
It's really a family experience. I walked in the showroom today and everybody greeted me by name. How are you doing? What's going on? How's everything going?
From a price standpoint, from a customer service perspective, just conversation when you come in, it feels no pressure. I want to buy cars here.
The family buying car experience, one of the best that you will ever have.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Car, truck, SUVs, Cadillacs, they've got them. 42 acres out there in BK.
42 acres. Doesn't even make sense how they have that many cars, but they do. They got you covered. CobraBK.com. Also, the website, you can see their giant inventory right there online.
All right, now tell me what you were telling me about Southwest Airlines. You're not happy with them now? What happened to the cattle cart? What could they be doing wrong? They don't do anything wrong.
It is, I think it's hard. We're such a divided society, right? So even if you say something that feels very outlandish, it almost feels like you can get a lot of folks to agree with you. Hell, you might be able to get 50% of the country to agree with you. It takes a lot to get 100% of the country to hate you with just one thing. And that's what Southwest Airlines did yesterday. They pissed everybody off with the announcement that they made yesterday that there are going to be some changes coming soon.
We're going to make some changes, are we?
We've got some big changes going to Southwest Airlines, and one of them is the removal of the cattle car officially.
Yeah, I'm not totally mad about that. I was not a big on, but it doesn't matter whether you got a seat or not. Everybody gets up and stands in a line 45 minutes to an hour before you really have to. So it's like on every airlines now. Okay, what else are they getting rid of? I mean, they're still all man servants on their planes now.
Like no more female flight attendants?
Yeah, are we just going all man servants now? What's the deal?
No, I don't think they changed that rule.
Okay.
I didn't see that, at least in the email I got from them. But by the way, getting rid of the cattle cart, like one of the benefits of Southwest's seating strategy,
yeah,
you didn't have to pay for a seat. Like you could pay extra to get an earlier boarding spot so you could have your choice of a better seat. But if you checked in like exactly 24 hours before your flight, you would still get a good enough seat, aka a window or an aisle, and you didn't have to pay for it. Now, because they're doing what every other airline does when it comes to seating arrangements, you're going to have to pay if you want a non-middle seat. That's the bigger issue here. From that standpoint, if you want a guaranteed window or aisle, you're going to have to pay for it, just like every other airline. So that sucks. And then the biggest thing that's changing, for the first time in 54 years, bags will no longer fly free.
Oh, now that's going to piss people off right there. Doesn't seem like much, but that'll get you.
Oh, yeah. There are people who travel with a lot who don't even look at other airlines because they don't have to pay, $30, $40, $50 for their luggage. That's been the best of Southwest. 2 bags flying free. Now they're doing 0. They're not just trimming it to 1. They are saying, nope, you've got to pay for every single checked bag.
Wow.
That's bad, dude.
So
That's
now
been
they
their
have an abundance of carry-on that look like baggage. They're trying to stuff up above me. And,
that's
oh, this is my assigned seat. Get your ass over. Hey, move your luggage over here. Oh,
yeah,
it's
and they're
what a scene. That's the one that'll get you. It doesn't seem like much, but that's the one that'll get you.
I try to take one for the team more often than not. Like when I'm traveling alone, I will check a bag. Like I don't need to. I'll have a bag that's carry-on size, but I'm like, you know what? Y'all can have the overhead compartment space. Like I'll check the bag because it's free with Southwest, and I'll take an extra 10, 15 minutes when I land
There you go.
to wait at the baggage claim, whatever. But now I ain't doing that. I ain't doing that. I'm not paying $40 to check a bag that I could carry on a plane. So like you said, everyone else is going to be trying to carry on a bunch more stuff now, which is going to be a
Yes,
pain
it's
in
going to
the
be
ass.
slower. It's going to be, they generally love to get off on time and stuff, get going. It's just going to be like every other airline.
Yeah. And they're also adding expiration dates for flight credits given out for canceled flights, which was another great perk that Southwest had. Like if you canceled a flight, you wouldn't always get your money back, but you would get Southwest credit, and you could use that for any flight that you wanted at any time. And now it's nope, those flight credits are going to expire in either 6 months or a year. Depends on which ticket you buy.
Now, what if my wife said something about she's an awards person, she's like friend of the pilot. She's got 50 million awards. Does she still get, it sounds like if you're one of those persons, you still get free luggage deal. But you got to be a $50 million mile flight person.
Yeah, I think you've got to be like an A-lister, which you can pay for, or you have to be a 50 million flight person.
Oh yeah, that sounds like her. She's the one who goes line number one when I'm back there with, the incarcerated people boarding like number 37.
Oh man,
A, B, C, D. I'm like Z. You're Z, Mister
Z boarding group. Yeah. They wait till after C is done. Anybody else? Any old black guys left that need to get on this plane?
Come on, we got this last seat back here at the back, right by the toilet, and the chair, and of course the seat doesn't move back. Yeah, that's generally that's where she leaves me. She goes up front. She goes in A. She goes, "Oh, I'm sorry that you're Z. Oh, I couldn't get that changed."
Oh, what?
Yeah,
that's a bad bit right there by your wife.
Yeah, she gets to be up that front section. I'm back there with all the prisoners and shit, getting on a plane. So Southwest they're just like Delta now, huh?
They're just like everybody else. And that was my favorite part about Southwest is that like it was different, right? It was different. It was unique. I like having choices.
Hey,
I like
you might as well fly Spirit.
Well, that's the thing. Like Southwest is, the only reason I flew Southwest as much as I did was because of the free bags and because of the cattle car and all of the other things that I talked about. Like, they're not a better airline when it comes to everything else than Delta or United or any other major American. Like, they're not better than them.
Yeah, they really did go out of their way of trying to get you pushed off and on time. No, they took a lot of pride in that. Maybe they took a lot of pride in that when it first came out, maybe the first 5 years, and just got to be like everybody else too.
Yeah,
but it seemed like they did. They prided themselves at being on time arrivals and departures.
It's a bad bit, man. Like everyone is pissed off about this. There's not a single person who is happy with the Southwest release yesterday. And again, it's impressive to piss every single person in the country off with one swift move. Not easy to do. Usually you get close to half of the nation who agrees with what you think. I think you had 0 people who agreed with these Southwest changes. And there are a lot of people who exclusively flew Southwest who are like, I'm going to just go somewhere else now. I'm going to go wherever's cheapest.
Delta.
Maybe Delta. Maybe United. I know you
United,
hate Delta
there you go.
the most.
United are my people now.
Corporate greed, man. Corporate greed.
What happened to JetBlue? Is that thing even fly anymore? Is there such thing as JetBlue?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't think
everything goes to Philly, whether all the parts are on the plane or not. They still go to Philly.
Yeah, I don't think they do much out of Austin, but JetBlue is still an airline.
What is your place in the Houston Hobby? How's that? What runs through Hobby? Just about everything?
Yeah. I mean, Hobby's an international airport now. Obviously, they've got Bush, which is the bigger airport there. You get more international flights going in and out of there. But
Or anybody getting more Bush is a good thing.
And I believe that's the airport slogan down there. Anybody getting more Bush is a good thing. They're in competition with Hobby, and that's what they say to try to get more people to fly there instead. Hobby, more Southwest flights are out of Hobby. That feels like they're big. I don't know if I can call it a hub. I don't think it's a hub, but they've got a lot more Southwest stuff at Hobby than they do Bush.
And I know that the people still fly to Love Field. Is that still going on?
Sure. Yeah, smaller airport, usually shorter lines, less people to deal with. I mean, Love Field was closer to where I grew up, and Hobby was closer to where I lived in Houston. So I would usually try to fly those smaller airlines, if you will. But yeah, they're still there. They're still all there.
I haven't gone through Love Field in forever, and Hobby, it's been a long time there, you know.
You don't do much flying.
I was always going out of Love Field, it seemed like, when I was recruiting.
I mean, you take what, like 2 flights a year? Maybe 4 at the most?
I probably take 2 a year.
Yeah, like there and back. Not like 2 separate. It's like 1 there and back.
Yeah. Most of my flights now go through either O'Hare, Charlotte, which I hate. You know, I don't go through Philly because I don't like to drive back to Philly in order to get back to Austin. I did some deal last time that I was on a bus from Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. I took a bus to Philly and then the bus pulled right up to the airplane almost at the runway. I got out of the bus and went right to my seat. I didn't know what that was about. My wife had got me a ticket on some deal that I thought, man, I'm going to it said bus. What am I busing back to Austin? I'm like, that's going to be quite the adventure.
That sounds bad.
And it wasn't bad because it's in the dark, you're asleep, you just pull right up to the plane. That wasn't a bad little deal. That way you didn't have to fly in some puddle jumper from Bethlehem to Charlotte. You just went from Bethlehem to Philly and from Philly right to Austin. That wasn't bad. But it's the bus ride, you sleep any damn way. But I'm not a Charlotte. I don't like going through Charlotte. I don't mind going through O'Hare. People don't like O'Hare. I don't mind going through big airports. I'm not, I'm not a fan of Atlanta. I'll do anything. I'll take choo-choo train. I'll take a Lionel train.
It's a big airport. Look, I think I don't fly enough to be able to make generalizations about airports. So, I think someone could possibly have one experience at Atlanta. Sure. It could be amazing, and then they'll think Atlanta Airport is one of the best in the country. Or they could have an experience like you at the Atlanta airport and say, this is the worst place ever. I never want to travel here.
Yeah. I mean, I've never been in LAX. I've heard things about Los Angeles. I've never been.
I've flown into LAX a couple of times. I've had no problems at all. Huge airport, obviously. Takes some more time to get around, but no horror stories at that place. But, sometimes you go to, I've had worse experiences in Austin than I have at LAX or DFW or Chicago. But also, I've flown out of Austin a lot more, so there's more chances for me to have those issues.
I would say the toughest place for me to get back from is I've had more problems getting back from Dallas to Austin than anywhere, and I'm complaining about these other places. But I've had more delays getting just from Dallas. It's almost like I want to take just get a rental car and drive back to here. There's been more of that, but I mean, my experience in Atlanta was enough that I just can't. I do anything I can not to go through there, and that's crazy. I mean, even if I could save money, I don't give a shit about saving money. I'll pay an extra $150 that I won't do that again.
Yeah, that's fair.
I don't like sleeping on the floors.
No, most people don't.
No.
Most people don't. And I think we've got an image of who Southwest's new CEO is, why all of this stuff is happening the way that it's been happening. Only I could share my screen. Of course, this isn't going to work right now. So it was a picture of Mavs GM Nico Harrison. That's what I was going to show you here.
Nice.
Yeah, Southwest is based out of the Metroplex, so maybe it's his fault. Maybe he's making all of these god-awful decisions. He's
making those decisions.
He's made enough of those in the last few months.
Now, is that going to make you look at the different airlines now because you fly?
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah, 100%. 100%. I mean, I always did. I always just compare prices. and, see where I can get the best deal. I'm not one of those, like, I have to fly Southwest every single time, but more often than not, especially if I was checking a bag, like, I'd go Southwest.
Yeah.
So now it's like, the bag fees are going to make it as expensive as other airlines, maybe more expensive than other airlines. So.
And I like the fact that you would take one for the team too. I like that. I like that. Put your bag underneath so I can have more space up above.
I got y'all. Well, not anymore. I had y'all.
What? You don't have them anymore.
Blame corporate greed. I don't want to pay $30 to $50 for that shit. I'm sorry. It's too much money. It's too much money. So now, Spirit. I'm gonna look into Spirit.
You're gonna be like the hiker that's wants to go to the Alps. You're gonna have that backpack with all that shit in, trying to throw it up there now. Oh man, no.
I'll just fly Spirit or Frontier instead, man. Why not that?
Never. I've been on a Frontier, never a Spirit.
It's a good time.
No, I don't like when they have that fake leather chair stuff. No.
If you want to tempt,
that's fake leather.
It's every airline seat.
No, those are real. Those are real. Hey, Southwest came out. When they came out, that was real leather. You were flying in real comfort.
Okay. Real fake leather.
That was real cowhide.
It's also 40 years old and has been sat on by so many asses.
You think the asses they've got every bit of juice in those leathers from South Carolina, the original
juice?
Yeah. Sweat and crack juice in them, man.
Crack juice? Are people nude in there?
Oh God.
It ain't the Hooters airline. Can we bring that back, by the way?
When I first got on Southwest and they had that leather seat, boy, did that feel good. Those are the newer ones. That's how far back it is now. But now that leather's all cracked and
gross. I don't know. Spirit Airlines. I don't know what it is. If you ever want to tempt fate, take a Spirit Airlines flight.
Yeah, I don't know how well they're checking on those, but once again, Amtrak. Hey, you can't beat Amtrak. They're out there. You're going to get rerouted in some places that don't have enough track.
Speaking of ass juice. Amtrak.
No, those Amtrak was. It's all right. I mean, what do you think they do in Europe? They take a lot of trains all over the place in Europe. I ain't in Europe.
Well, you ain't in Europe. That's why I'm not in Europe.
That's right.
I ain't dealing with that stuff. All right. Texas baseball. We'll wrap up with a little Longhorn baseball talk because the Horns made it 14 in a row last night. They knocked off UT Arlington at the Dish. 7-4 the final score. This game wasn't easy. It was 3-3 going into the bottom of the 8th inning, but the Longhorns put up a 4-spot. The bottom of the order set the table, and the big dogs at the top were hungry. They ate. Ethan Mendoza coming through with a 2-run triple to make it 5-3. Jalen Flores added a sac fly to make it 6-3. And then A-Rod, the freshman Adrian Rodriguez, continues to produce in the heart of the Texas batting order. He adds an RBI single to make it 7-3. 7-4 was the final score. But again, that 4-run 8th inning, the difference. Jason Flores did not get the start yesterday. He started the 2 previous midweek games for the Horns. Jim Schlossnagle said he wanted to use Flores more out of the bullpen when we get to conference play. So Flores came out of the bullpen last night. It was Jason Rarick who got the start. He was solid 3 2/3 innings, gave up just 1 run on 2 hits. Flores came in relief. He was solid again, 2 1/3 scoreless. And the Longhorns get another win. They are now 14-1 on the season. But once again, Buck, 14 straight victories for Texas heading into SEC play.
This week on Friday, huh?
On Friday, yep. Starts at the Dudy Noble Field in Starkville. Texas will take on Mississippi State.
They call it the Dude. Can we just call it Duty?
Oh, hopefully we win, and then we can call it Duty.
Okay.
Yeah, you can call it Duty if you want. It is Dudy Noble Field, after all.
There you go.
They do call it the Dude. First meeting between these two teams since the 2021 College World Series. Sorry to bring that up, but should be a fun series. Mississippi State is not ranked right now. They are 12-4 on the year. Texas in the preseason poll was picked 8th. Mississippi State was picked 9th before the season started in the SEC. So should be a pretty even matchup. Obviously a good test. And conference play, it's a whole different animal. Texas has beaten some good teams in this 14-game winning streak, but obviously the level of competition ramps up to 11.
It does.
With a trip to Stark Vegas this weekend, and then LSU the number one team in the country, according to at least one poll, coming to town next weekend.
Very nice. Good start.
And shout out to Max Weiner, the Texas pitching coach, who continues to do a great job with this staff. The Longhorns 6th in the country in ERA. They're also top 10 in hits allowed per 9 innings as well. I mean, look, Texas is getting contributions from the offense, the defense, and from the pitching. But obviously, when you're top 10 in the country in 2 major pitching categories, that means you're doing something right on the bump. Max Weiner doing a great job. The early returns on him are fantastic. And good to see no errors for Texas last night in the win over UT Arlington. The Mavericks, Buck.
Very nice.
They're not very good. All right, let's bring on the fellas here. We've got Double R. We've got Wags. A little bit of chaos theory. Gentlemen.
Yo.
Good morning.
What's up, guys?
Morning, guys. How we doing?
Rodney's not happy about Southwest Airlines charging him for his bags now.
Man, you know, they're kind of going off protocol there doing that. But you guys were talking about Spirit Airlines. I've flown that. Do not get on that. I mean,
what about
everything.
Like Soul Plane?
That's exactly what it is. That's exactly what it is. It's like, you know, I go rolling up with my carry-on and the lady's like, baby, that's $79 right there to take that on. Like, what?
$79.
It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. But yeah.
If you fly Spirit, you better know what you're doing. Otherwise, you're gonna have a horrible time.
Wow.
That's the thing. They'll do that to you. Most people are like, well, every other airline, I can bring a backpack, right? It's just a backpack. I'm only gone for a day. I'm trying to save some money. It's not going to be a problem. But no, if you don't pay for that backpack in advance, they basically charge you like $75, $80 right there on the spot. And then all of a sudden your cheap flight turns into something that's more expensive.
You don't have a choice. You got to take that flight.
Yeah. I booked that flight on Cheapo Air. And I'm telling the wife, I'm like, oh, you're not going to believe this deal that I got, you know, whatever. And then by the time it was all said and done, I mean, I should have flown Air Force One for what it cost me.
They also charge you for pants. If you wear shorts, that's fine. But if you want to use the extra material down the lower half of your legs, you're going to have to pay extra for that too.
Rodney, I've not even been on a JetBlue before. I don't even know what that thing is like.
I was always scared to fly. And years ago, I had to go on a flight. I had to go on a business trip years ago. And I flew on JetBlue and they had a TV. So they were the first ones that like had the TV. And I like flew through a storm. And apparently, and I was watching like a truck race or something. And I got to Anaheim and it's like, oh, the storm was terrible. I'm like, I never knew on JetBlue. But hell, now they all got TVs. Now they all have that, and that costs extra money.
Well,
too.
The thing is, though, this is why Southwest's decision sucks even more. Southwest doesn't have TVs.
Mm-hmm.
Like you could get free Wi-Fi on your phone and watch TV on your phone, but like the other airlines have TVs on the seat backs. So it's like, all right, well, I'm not paying for bags. I get to pick my seat, so I'll fly Southwest. I'll sacrifice the no screen. But now you don't get all that other cool stuff. So it's like there's another reason to not ever fly those guys.
Yeah.
How comes Elon Musk doesn't have his own airline by now?
Because somebody would hate him. Somebody would hate him, and somebody would try to blow the damn jet up.
Is that why he doesn't have that right now?
Probably.
Call him Elon Husky?
Muskie.
Muskie.
I'm surprised he doesn't have a who was the guy who
Elon Musk?
Yeah, sending spaceships that lived in Austin, was doing all that space travel.
Oh, that's
Richard something.
Yeah, Richard Linklater. No.
Richard Pryor.
That's a writer.
Richard Pryor. Richard Pryor just fried things on the stove. That's what he did. he was
doing some space travel stuff. Whatever happened to is he still alive?
Yeah, who was that dude? Richard. I can't remember what that dude's name was. Yeah, that's right. I don't know what happened to him. He was ahead of his time.
Have an airline by now.
Yeah. Hey, Bucky, you know, I thought about you the other day leaving Shreveport. So I'm driving out, and these days it's very different for me because I don't do my own lodging. Somebody does it for me. So I stay in really nice places. So I'm cruising out of Shreveport. I look over to the right on I-20, and I see the Knights Inn.
Whoa! Yeah, baby.
Whoa.
Yes, sir.
They have one down here?
Got AIDS.
I'm like, that's where I'd have stayed if I'd have booked my own shit at the Knights Inn.
No, man, I'm not allowed to do that anymore. My present wife is no longer will travel. I can't travel like that when I'm with her. If I travel alone, I'm so old that I'm scared to take those chances. I want to be. If I want to fight, if I want to fight a thug or some homeless dude, I'm to the point now. I just don't want to do it. 10 years, 15 years ago, I'd take that chance with the ones with the bullet holes in my room and stuff. And I could hear the people banging all night long. I'd have a glass up to the. I just can't do that anymore. If I travel with somebody, I've got to stay in those bed and breakfasts and places like that now, or historic sites I got to stay in where I see ghosts. But I can't do the nights in where the extra bed was at the windowsill where the mat, you could put two babies in there.
Hang on. You wanted to hear the people bang? I thought you tried to sleep through that. Instead, you were listening to it.
Oh, dude, you couldn't help it. I mean, they would start just bam, 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 bam. Stop for 10 minutes. The guy would go get a drink, another shot. Bam, 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 bam. That thing went on for 3 hours. I mean, I was proud of that dude.
Yeah, Brett. I would have knocked on the door and been like,
man,
well done, sir.
Yeah. I take another shot and I'm done.
Dude, what are you drinking, buddy?
Yeah.
The last time
I had a shot, I can't.
There was a homeless guy living under the stairwell that I'd see at night. He would be panhandling all day, and then I would come in, and it didn't matter. I'd come in. I'd park my car because I wouldn't park my car in the regular parking lot. I'd go somewhere away from the Night's Inn so nobody would steal the rental car. And the guy would be underneath the stairwell. I said, "You have a good day?" He goes, "Yeah, it wasn't bad. It wasn't bad." He goes, "I got to get some sleep now." And he'd be in the corner there. They let that dude stay there.
Oh,
hell, I could have stayed there. I mean, I should have had that spot. But it was bad. Nothing was as bad as when I was coaching at BC, and you could keep them. You could, with no credit cards. You knew how much you had to spend. And I stayed under the George Washington Bridge at a place where I had to put the dresser up against the door at night. I'd take the dresser from the room and press it up against the door. And it was, I swear to God, it was, when I got into the sheets, they never felt like they were dry. It was always like a moist, weird feeling sheet.
God. You hope that was from a trip through the washing machine, but it probably wasn't.
It probably wasn't. But I spent 2 nights there, and then and one night I slept in my car because I was keeping that money. We didn't have a lot of, but everything was cash. So if you could stay at a room for $12 a night back in the day, you would do that. But it was underneath the bridge, man. It was scary. Anything with a cage and a thing where the money came out like a liquor store where you had to give them the cash that way or the credit card. That was not good. Or pay by the hour. Woo.
Pay by the hour, pay by one of those beds, pay by the quarter. Hey, gents, give me 1 second. I got somebody at the door. 1 second. Sorry about this. Sorry for the inconvenience.
Yeah. It's like those hotels when you walk up and there's a glass and it has that thing that you have to speak through, that silver thing.
Yeah. That's when I stayed at some of those places in New York, man.
And then they come on like the bank. May I help you? It's like,
yeah. I'm trying to get a room here. Do you have a room? How many hours would you like?
It's horrible. It's horrible. And I've stayed in one place, guys, where they had torn the shower out. I don't have a shower right now here because McCall Custom Homes is doing their magic. But I stayed at a hotel. There was no tile. I was like, I took a shower on the concrete floor in there in a hotel room.
Man,
$39, man.
Dude,
I mean, come on.
I was recruiting the Bronx and Brooklyn at Boston College. I gave a kid $5 to watch my Cadillac. Well, I ran into the school. I said, "Do me a favor. I'm going to park right here. Don't let anybody give me a ticket, and don't let anybody take my car." I said, here's $5." That kid took that $5 and was leaning against my car for an hour. I could see him out the window just leaning there. And then I had to go through one of those metal detectors to get into the highest. That was the first time I ever went through a metal detector.
Jeez.
There wasn't court.
Yeah.
I'm going through there, and all the kids are walking through these metal. I'm like, "Is this every day for you guys?" They're like, "Oh yeah. Oh yeah." And I had a briefcase that had nothing in it. So I had to put that through there. They're opening up my briefcase, looking in it.
Monopoly money.
I came back out there. That kid was still, I said, "Damn, did you miss class? Did I make you miss class?" He was like, "Oh no, for $10, I'd have missed the whole day."
Damn.
Hey, I'd do that.
Yeah, I was about to say,
I
hang
stayed
on.
in some shaky places. Fort Lauderdale, Florida. I didn't always stay at the poop deck. The poop deck was one of the nice places. I stayed at, places that were close to our donuts. I mean,
There it is.
Yeah. I mean, it didn't matter. And it doesn't matter to me. I just want a place that has clean sheets, clean pillows, and a shower. I don't spend my time in the hotel room. My wife won't do that. She's like, I'm not staying there. There's no way I'm staying there. I'm like, we're sleeping, honey. We're just sleeping. We're not vacationing in this room.
Did you say the poop deck was nice, huh? You liked the feeling of being around all of those dudes at the poop deck?
Dude, the poop deck was a nice place.
Yeah, you liked the soreness you got.
Those gay dudes had money. They were spending compared to some of the other places I stayed in Fort Lauderdale.
You felt the effects of the poop deck for days after. That's how much you loved it.
It's just back in the day, like I said, everything was cash only. When I was at Boston College, we didn't have a credit card, so you took out, the amount of money that you needed. And I always knew, oh shit, that ain't going to cost me that much to stay in that room. Hell, I'll stay in my rental car for a night, and sleep and put on the same junk and let's go. I'm only going to go in there and talk to some kid. But then when I got to Texas, it was credit cards, and I kept playing what do I need a credit card for? What are you, crazy? Somebody's going to trace something and back to me.
What?
I'll take cash.
Oh my God! All right,
boys.
All right, Huggy Bear.
I'm gonna go angrily tweet at Southwest Airlines.
Yeah,
I think you should.
Yeah.
I think you should
start flying Delta, y'all.
No. There he goes. Partner, what's going on? Wow. Happy Wednesday, amigo. It's hump day. It's hump day. It's hump day. Mike, what day is it? Mike. Hump day, after all. Welcome to Chaos Theory on this wonderful programming of Texas Sports Unfiltered. March 12th, 2025, year of our Lord. Make sure you hit us up on our socials. I'm at Not The Fake Wags on Twitter. And then Ronnie is at the... you got to change up your handle if you're going to be Rodney. You can't be Rodney on the socials. You got to have a Ronnie on the social. So he is the Rodney R on Instaface, and then on X on brand X / Twitter, and then he is the _ Rodney R on Instaface. There is no D in his name, though. We know that for sure, guys. It is just Ronnie here. He's got his name spelt wrong on the pamphlet there.
Yeah, I need to fix
Mr.
that.
Ronnie. How are you, good sir?
Buddy, I'm good.
Hold on, time out. Where did the Ronnie come from?
That was Bucky. It was the day, and the ironic thing is when I was a kid, elementary school and all that, a lot of people would say Ronnie, and still to this day, like one time, it's a running joke around our house. When the girls were younger, we went out to dinner and we were waiting for a table, and the lady comes on the PA and she says, "Ronnie, party for four. Ronnie, party for four." So it's kind of. So Bucky just kind of really heightened it, when he says, "Thanks, Ronnie." So yeah, that's where it came from. So it's nothing new. I will change the handle right there. I'm no longer R. That I will be Ronnie from here on out.
Why no longer R? You not liking the R?
No, because I like Ronnie. It looks better on there. I'll always be R.
I was gonna say,
like you're always gonna be
R. R kind of just sticks, man.
Double R makes me feel like Landman or something like that. You know what I mean?
Is that right? Is that where you're at?
One of those badasses, it's like R.
What the hell are we on with the Knights in here? What was going on with the transparency? I had to jump in the office, had to jump in the main business office around the 8:30 mark. So I didn't hear the Southwest story. What the hell did we get into there?
So Southwest came out yesterday, and they said it used to be one thing, like if you had to cancel a flight, you could your credits and all that. You can't do that anymore. I mean, unless you're like some higher up, whatever, somebody important like Buck's wife. But the other thing is, the bags fly free. No mas, amigo.
Baggage. You got to pay for the baggage.
Got to pay for the baggage. It's just like regular life. You got to pay for the baggage. The baggage costs you money. So that's really big. I mean, Southwest has kind of taken themselves out of the market that they had cornered with things that were very unique to them. But I mean,
You used to get snacks. You used to get some really good snacks on Southwest, right? Then they started skimping that. Right around like the 2005 mark is when the snacks started going away.
Yeah,
I mean, full disclosure, I try not to fly that much, anyways. I try to stay away from crazy people, and I feel like people that are flying, they're not crazy. It's the flying it's traveling that makes people nuts, right?
I know.
It's traveling that pushes people outside of their comfort zone and makes people feel, I don't know, might increase the anxiety a little bit more. People might not be, that fond of traveling. So I know that's how I am. Like, I'm a little bit more uptight when I'm traveling, especially with my family. I'm a little bit wound tight. Okay. Yeah. So when I see something that kind of throws me out of my comfort zone, I kind of callous up a little bit and react a little bit differently than I would if I was, rolling solo. It's weird. It's a weird vibe, but it is a noticeable, significant difference when I have my family with me and I'm traveling. I think I've mentioned that before, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And I'm curious, like, is that a dude thing? Right? Like, I feel like the mother bear would be protective of the cubs too, right? Cubs. But like, is I don't know, is that a parent thing? Like when your kid's with you or something? I don't know. I feel like that with my wife too. When my wife's with me, I also feel like I just an angst, right? Just an uneasiness, an unsettlement when I'm traveling. It's just different.
I think the thing about it is now just knowing things that happen, and every time you turn around, something has gone awry on a flight or at an airport, or somebody's done something, something out of control. I think it's just that general tendency to think that something's going to go wrong. And with traveling, it seems like everybody's always in panic mode. And I think a lot of this is, in my opinion, in my opinion, because I remember flying before TSA, before you had to do all that. I mean, and I understand why it has to happen.
I can't even remember.
Oh man,
boarding a plane before. I mean, of course, I've boarded a plane before TSA, but I mean, I feel like TSA has always been a part of my onboarding process.
Yeah.
Has it not? When did TSA get TSA get implemented after 9/11?
Yeah, after 9/11. Yeah, that's when that came about. But I remember because there were trips in the late 90s, where I'd go to NASCAR stuff as a fan or whatever, and I'd roll up to Mueller out there on Airport Boulevard, and you rolled up, you parked, and you just got in line, and you cruised on in there. I think a lot of it now is when they tell you 2.5 hours early, you have to get there. You just immediately go into kind of a panic mode and thinking that you're going to get left behind because they're not going to wait for you. Because
how early do you usually get to the airport? Are you one of those freaks that have to get there like 3 hours? My mom and my wife are like that. They have to be there. They want to go see all the shops haven't changed. The shops in the airport have not changed. You're not logging sky miles, damn it. Yeah. Right? Like, but it's like it's the Mall of America or something.
I know.
They got to get to the fucking excuse my language. They got to get to the airport 3 hours before the flight comes so they can tour the entire terminal and see all the damn shops and see what they might want. Jesus God, it's every time. I'm not bullshitting. It's every time.
Well, and that's where ABIA is so unpredictable because I mean I don't want to see that shit.
ABIA. Oh, that's all. Okay, I got you.
Yeah. I don't want to see any of that.
I thought you were referencing a magazine.
Yeah.
Like I thought that was like the Sky Miles like publisher or something like that.
I don't think they have that anymore. I don't think they have. The Sky magazine.
Nope.
The last few times that I've flown, I haven't seen it. I'm sure there's an app for it.
That shows you how frequently I fly.
Yeah. It's like I don't want to go to Bergstrom early because everything costs so much, and I see all that shit all the time. But the thing about it is, where Bergstrom is so weird because you never know. There are times that I've rolled up there. There is nothing else going on. Yeah, there's no South by Southwest. There's no Formula One, and I'm thinking, okay, I can get there an hour ahead of time. Weird. Get parked and get over there, and that line's all the way through the freaking Barbara Jordan terminal.
There were this many people in the city.
It's like where are people going? And this goes back to my whole point, where I think, boy, this has turned into the Bob Cole morning show here. I think with the talking about city councils and stuff. Austin, the Austin
Get
area.
let it flow, man. We'll get on sports.
do it.
Just let it flow.
We need another airport. You know, you've got Bergstrom over there. I think there needs to be an airport, Georgetown, Round Rock, Leander, somewhere, because there's so much traffic that goes through here that Bergstrom just can't sustain that. I know they're building another, whatever they call it, but when is that going to get done? You know, it's like everything else. It's outgrown its use. It outgrew its use as soon as they opened it, pretty much.
It's just obsolete already, huh?
Yeah, I think you need another. I know they have the executive airport out there on the tollway, but I mean that ain't for me and you, Wags. We are hardly executives. So yeah, I think you need another one. I mean, I think this town is big enough. Yeah, Georgetown doesn't have room. That's a great point. But you know, the way that Bergstrom became Bergstrom was that you had the airfield, you had the runways, you had all of that there, and then it developed into what it is. And that new terminal is coming, which is very much needed. But you roll through ABIA, and I think there's only 32, 35 terminals in there. And I mean, for this, I know a lot of people that fly out, that are needing to fly out of Austin. They take the drive to San Antonio and do that instead. So we have an airport problem here.
God, hold on. They drive the San Antonio to fly out of San Antonio?
Fly out of San Antonio because it's just easier. It's just easier for them. So, yeah, man.
That's a night. Well, I don't know. That just seems like an absolute nightmare in itself to me, is to endure 35. You're going through San Marcos and going down through that corridor, and then all of a sudden you got to get on a damn airport. That's like two nightmares compared to one. So
yeah,
I mean, that it might be worth it depending on how much further south you are. But hell, the airport, Bergstrom south. So yeah. It's different. If I'm this far north, I ain't going down to San Antonio, bro. You know what I mean? I usually, what I do if it's late at night, I try not, I probably won't have to avoid 183, but if it's during the day, I'll jump on 130, shoot on down, and then come back over, or 45 to 130 and then come down. But usually if it's just during the night and there's no traffic on the road, I just hit 183, go right on in there. But yeah, I mean, I don't do the 3-hour tour like my wife and mother do, right? I try to provide myself at least an hour and a half instead of trying to show up there an hour before boarding, which it's just, that's not cool. You show up by the time you show up there when you're boarding, you're flirting with disaster. You're flirting with, missing your damn flight. So
yeah. And
I like to push it because I don't like to be in the airport, or I just don't like to be in public spots, that often. But I need to be better about giving myself a little bit more buffer. I do. I need to have a better Michael buffer. I do.
And the whole thing about it for me is, it's like, I don't care to do the tour of the Austin airport, but like if, for example, Charlotte is horrible. The times that I've flown into Charlotte, I truly enjoy flying into Charlotte. And if I have time to spend, because it's kind of my jam, they've got race cars in there. You can go, there's like a Dale Earnhardt Jr. bar in there. You can go eat and have lunch and do all these different things. I don't mind that, but I don't go to Austin early, and it's kind of like flying out of DFW, there's a lot of cowboy shit in there. I've seen it all, but I don't care to, and everything costs so much. I mean, everything costs so much already, Wags, but it's like, you go get barbecue and it's like $50. I'm like, what? Come on, man. This shit ain't that good. And they give you a little platter, little platter, about this much.
Not if you're from Lockhart. That shit ain't that good if you're from Lockhart.
Yeah, right. I guess maybe that's what that is, but I don't know. A lot of airplane talk this morning. Boy, this is
so hey, gives me a little bit of some ideas, right, for the top 5, because we had a comment too from LB Longhorn Bear put up. I can't find my mouse cursor here. Here we go. Longhorn Bear put on that the first bottle of Coke was sold today in 1894. So it gives me an idea. Top 5 sodas.
Ooh, I like that.
Right? So we get top 5. I'm pretty sure I don't know. Being in the South, that could go. See, that could be a fun one. Top 5 sodas, but also top 5 worst airports.
That's a very good one.
just a couple of
that's
top
very
five
good one.
off the cuff on the top of the head here. But we got some sports to talk about, man. We had some more free agencies, more free agent signings that went down in the NFL landscape. It's shifting just a little bit more. Yeah, Rob already puts up everybody's number one. And yeah, I gotta say too, the worst. Rob's kind of on point. Like me and Rob's an East Coaster, right? Rob, I think Rob is an East Coaster. If I have to be presumptuous with the whole Boston fan base thing, and if that's the case, LAX probably would be your number one worst airport, just because you got to. I don't know if you've ever been to LAX, Rodney, but
I have. Yeah.
They may have changed this, or this might have been a temporary thing. But every time that I have been to LAX, 3 times, all 3 times, I have had to exit the terminal if I am doing an adjoining flight, or if I'm catching a connector, right? You still, regardless, you have to exit the terminal and then re-enter and go through all that bullshit. If you
are you through security again?
Security, yeah. Oh. I've had to do that 3 times at LAX.
Oh man, I haven't had to do that.
Unless my dumbass just went, and I'm pretty good with directions, my dude. Like you can draw me like a little stick figure map, and I'll figure it out. Like I'm pretty good with that stuff.
Man, I've flown in there, I think 3 different times to LAX, and it's pretty easy. Now I will tell you out there, that John Wayne one, that's pretty.
Never been there. Where is I guess are you?
Yeah, where is that one? I don't know where John Wayne is.
I'm assuming Bakersfield. Is that closer to Bakersfield? If you're
Maybe
saying
so.
John Wayne, I'm thinking Cowboy, California, which is
could be. But that one's pretty free and clear, and it's the airports I like, because I've flown a lot to random places for racing stuff. It's like Mobile, Pensacola, these small ones like Pensacola. You fly into that one, and it's like 8 gates. There's 8 gates in there. They have a great bar and restaurant. And I don't mind getting delayed there, because I usually do. Because when I would go down there, I'd get delayed by fog.
Oh, I thought you said something completely fucking different.
Oh, getting laid. You thought I said getting laid. Well,
like, where are you going with this?
If you're gonna get, I will say, pro tip: if you're gonna get laid in Pensacola, just be careful. You can be careful where it is. Be careful where it is.
God bless.
This is
it's Wednesday, man. Tugging on my strings.
This is
tugging on something. Woo!
Tugging on my heartstrings. That's a great country music song, by the way.
I'm sorry. Where were you?
Talking about small town airports and so forth. Like Pensacola, getting delayed.
There you go. Delayed.
Getting delayed in Pensacola. Not a bad thing.
So Washington, and this last little bit for me for airport talk. Washington D.C. has 3 airports. Like you got BWI, which is Baltimore Washington International, right? That's basically Washington. But you also got Dulles, and then you got Reagan. And I would say that Dulles is probably the worst out of all of them. BWI is fantastic, in my opinion. You get right in. It's got easy access in and easy egress out. So. That's my airplane talk for today, or airport talk for today. Ike Coronas, we see you, good sir. How are you, man?
Well, here's the other part of that, Wags, where it really came to light, because I didn't know this, which I guess I should have. But when we had the catastrophe, a couple of weeks back or whenever it was, where the 2 planes collided, where they were talking about the one airport shouldn't even be in operation. Where you had Reagan, I guess Reagan is the big airport. The other one, what's the other one that you mentioned right there? That the intent was to not even Dulles. That the intent was to not even use that one, and they're still flying out of there. But that's, I would assume, out of necessity.
I think there's another. I mean, I'm not even sure if. I'm sure Walter Reed uses airspace too. Like there's so many military installations too around DC that there's just so auxiliary ports, right, is what I'm trying to say, but also military installations. There's a few. I'm trying to think of a few ports around. I don't know if Henderson Hall has like a little place where they can lift off a little aviation station or a helo pad. I'm trying to think of all the little installations that are up there that I'm going through DC without I got an underground map basically in my head about all all the secret military bases that I'm not allowed to talk about because I'm top secret.
Yeah, there it is.
There it is right there. Hey, let's get into some sports, man. What do you want to? We got some NFL news to finish up on and to talk about here. I guess where we left off, we got into some Justin Fields with the Steelers and DK Metcalf coming over and being the new added piece there, but they lost some pieces too. Najee's I got a few things happening this morning, and one's coming up. Real quick, let me get this out. Najee Harris is he's moving over to LA, right? He's gonna take on the LA Sun, get some fun in the sun out there with Coach Harbaugh. Gets a little bit of an extension, 1-year deal here, if I'm not mistaken. What do you like about this? And is this something that could reinvigorate Najee Harris? That's kind of peaks and valleys. Had some bursts, had some spurts with the Pittsburgh Steelers, but kind of had to have a shared backfield. Do you think maybe he becomes a bell cow? Because from what I've seen so far and what he's had at Michigan too, Harbaugh likes to use a running back by committee. This could be a nice little place to kind of reinvigorate, I would think. I mean, look what happened with oh shit, my goodness, the dude, it's the Carthage Killer from Ohio State.
Yeah.
God, it's slipping my mind, man. Usually he's hurt. It's on the tip of my tongue. Can't think of it. I can't think of the running back's name. I'll get it in a second. But anyway, it's usually where running backs seem to kind of reinvigorate their career. Maybe this is a really good landing spot. Dobbins. Dobbins is who I'm thinking about.
Oh, J.K. Dobbins. Yeah.
The Carthage Killer. So maybe this is a spot where Najee Harris can go and kind of resurrect. I can't say resurrect because his career is not dead, right? It's just stalled out, and it's kind of in a purgatory moment, right? It didn't really finish well with Pittsburgh, and you'd think, I would say that it was an underproductive or didn't live up to expectations for Najee Harris coming out of Alabama.
I totally agree. I had really high hopes for Najee Harris, and being there in Pittsburgh, I thought that was going to be a really ideal situation for him. But I think a lot of that for him may have been that you did have, and now apparently I don't know what they're going to do with the quarterback thing. But again, it was like quarterback by committee. There was never really a chance here for him to establish himself as that number one. I don't know why I had a sneaking suspicion, Wags, that Najee Harris would go to Dallas.
That would have been a really good move for Dallas.
I would have.
I don't know why you had that suspicion either, because that makes too much sense.
I know it. It was one that
wasn't even on my radar, Rodney. That's a good little
and it was
filler for you, man.
When the Cowboys signed the guy from Denver, and maybe I was a little hard on him yesterday. Javonte Williams. I mean, he's produced well, but I think.
The problem is he's been hurt. Like when the dude's on the field, he's pretty damn good.
Yeah, when you start ripping up ACLs and LCLs and all that's going to
you're gonna have some setbacks, right?
It's going to set you back a little bit. But I never talked about it on here, but that was kind of on my little draft board that I have or free agent board that I had for the Cowboys. I'm like, you might be able to sneak in there and get Najee Harris. And again, I think that he's going to a situation there with Jim Harbaugh that maybe he'll be able to utilize and kind of set himself apart and be that running back one that look, I mean, what Harbaugh's doing there, he's putting some really good pieces together. He's putting his stamp on this team, and this team's on the up right here. So if Harris gets in there and he does become running back one, which I'm assuming that he has a good chance to do that, I think it really is those greener pastures where you go in and you're able to revitalize yourself and make yourself some money. Make yourself some money moving forward, with the whole running back is relevant thing once again. But that one kind of floated under the radar. I heard that yesterday. There weren't a lot of people talking about that, but I think that's a really damn good move for the Chargers, Wags.
Yeah, that one, I don't know. It's tough to kind of map out what's going to happen with JK, right? JK usually is banged up, and he usually is prone, or it seems like he's prone to injury. Right. I think last season was I don't know if it was a unicorn year for J.K. Dobbins, but he was able to play most of the season. He did have a couple of weeks where he missed a few games, but it wasn't too crazy of season-ending injuries that you're used to seeing if you're a fantasy if you have fantasy stock in J.K. Dobbins. But yeah, that is a really good landing spot, especially with the uncertainty with Gus Edwards in the air too. And hell, I mean, you're gonna have to claw your way to the top, but if you can kind of come out of the smoke and mirrors of this backfield of LA here, you got a chance to kind of set the pace. And after this 1-year deal, maybe land yourself a nice 3-year spot with Coach Harbaugh, with a team that likes to run the damn ball and continuity in the backfield, right? Like or with their offensive coordinator too.
I mean, and the thing is, this is another one of those under the radar things and kind of quietly, but I mean, since 21, the dude has rushed for 1,000 yards every season. Like I was talking about Rico Dowdle last year.
Right?
Quietly, right? Yeah. It's like you don't really see it happening. Like
is that because he's got potential to get 1,500?
I think so. I think
or maybe that's just in my mindset. Maybe that's an unrealistic expectation.
Well, and so that's a great point right here, because I saw somebody mention this yesterday. Now that you've added the extra game, now that you have 18 games in the season, where realistically a 12.
You know how many times I forget about that.
Right? It's like, so in 2021, Najee Harris rushed for 1,200 yards. 1,200 yards. Now that you have the extra game, is it 1,500? Is that? I mean, let's take.
Is that the new standard?
Is that the new standard? How you judge?
I don't know. 300 yards for one game.
That's hard, right? I mean, if you do that once, yeah, but that's not going to happen very often.
That's one hell of a milestone. That's one hell of a damn increase right there.
Yeah,
for one game. Now the expectations are 300. The standard is now 300 yards. That's where we're setting the bar. We're expecting a running back to, instead of 1,200, the milestone is supposed to be 1,500 for an average of an 18-game season instead of 17 game. Yeah. Or excuse me, it would be 17 regardless, but from 16 to 17, we'll say.
And I still say that. I mean, 1,000-yard season, especially now in a pass-happy NFL, that has kind of reverted to like college football. I mean, if you get 1,000, 1,100 yards, you've done something. I mean, you get Derrick Henry and all these dudes that are going to do whatever they do. But I mean, 1,000 yards is 1,000 yards on the ground, in my opinion, because this is not the old Earl Campbell, Eric Dickerson, insert the workhorse running back that was the offense. I mean, you don't have that anymore. So, when I saw the 1,500 thrown out, I'm like, that's a tall ask right there. That's a hell of a lot to ask. Lightning's going to strike in a bottle every now and then. You get Saquon that did what he did, but that's not the norm. That is hardly the norm these days in the NFL. But
you bring up Saquon Barkley. Let me scroll down and get some numbers for you real quick. Actually, I'll bring this up in a little bit when I'm able to find the actual bag on what they offered Slayton. It just classic Giants. But yeah, we'll continue. Najee Harris to LA. That's a fantastic spot there. Anything else that kind of wowed you or kind of moved the needle for you in the NFL? From the NFL free agency, we had a ton of shit. So
didn't really wow me, but I kind of like. I don't know if it's going to be this impact move that's going to be a firecracker that's going to blow up the world and everything. But I kind of like the DeAndre Hopkins to the Ravens. I kind of like that.
I just don't know what that like. They got Flowers, right?
Yeah,
what I mean. So that's the one that's going to be blowing the the doors off the defense there. Getting Vert. Sure, Savvy can find some spots in the red zone, but also like I'm not sure how much of the threat he is anymore, right? He had some reinvigorated moments with Kansas City, but is it? God, it's gonna sound so fucking asinine of me to say, can Lamar Jackson make the same magic that Patrick Mahomes can for DeAndre Hopkins, right? Like, Am I that much of an idiot to think that Lamar Jackson can't do that? He's an MVP caliber quarterback, right? Can he not give fits to the defense and allow extension of the play long enough for Nuke to find a spot in the end zone, or to find like a hole in the no zone or the defense there? I mean, that's kind of what I see. If you're looking at Nuke Hopkins to be a possession wide receiver, that's where he is now in his career. He's not going to be going out and catching the crazy 3-finger, two fingernail catches that he used to make when he was back with the Texans, or hell, even when he was touring and going around with Arizona. He's just not in that portion of his career anymore. But is he reliable hands? Sure. I don't know if the Ravens need reliable hands. I feel like they have reliable hands. If I'm the Ravens, I think you're looking for a wide receiver that can also blow the doors off on the other side, right? Like, I feel like you've had your slot receivers. Bateman has been okay, in spell of Flowers, but it's not that elite speed. If you can have 2 elite speed wide receivers with the nightmare backfield that you have with the tandem of Lamar and King Henry, Jesus. And then you got people that can eat up in the slashes. That's where I would have gone for him. But I mean, maybe they're looking at a value piece here. You get him on. I don't know how much of the 5 years that he can actually serve out to. I mean, he's in the latter portions of his career too. But yeah, it's a good move for Baltimore. I just don't know if it's the craziest. Yeah. I don't know if it's the move that I thought was the craziest of all free agency yesterday.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things to where what this can do, and I think what the Ravens, I know that Lamar Jackson is mobile and that he's able. I really think that just with the as good and fast as these defenses are right now, you don't need him running as much. But I know that that's an integral part of their arsenal right there. But I mean, I think this maybe gives them another outlet right here to where you can take a little bit of that tread off of Lamar to where you don't have to do that. I think what Baltimore, if Baltimore could get them something, an Xavier Worthy type of guy, one of those speed guys. We talked about Cooper Kupp yesterday. Would Cooper Kupp fit here with them? Well, I mean, now I don't know that you've got Hopkins in here. I think they've apparently decided what they're going to do there. But if they had one of those guys, if they had something like that, I think maybe would help Lamar, because like we said, with the Bills, who, by the way, Bosa to the Bills, that's
what I wanted to talk about.
That's really damn good right there. But for Baltimore, I mean, you bolster, you add another option. I'll just leave it at that. It's another option right there for Lamar Jackson. But the Bosa to the Bills, man, this offense does not lack for Buffalo. Here you go, right here. This is something that maybe takes you to the next level, hopefully.
We thought maybe they'd make a splash after seeing the Von Miller release, right? Like, all right, well, what are you going to do? How are you going to supplement that edge rush? And the stars kind of were aligning once Bosa was released too. We were, who's going to be swapping houses? And, to answer that question, does Von Miller wind up in L.A.? Could that be a possibility too? So again, that's out there on the market for Von. Does Cleveland go out and try and ink, a former Aggie and put him on the other edge as Myles Garrett, and then you have 2 of the most ferocious, edge rushers in modern, 2 of the most ferocious edge rushers in modern day football? That's a possibility too. I mean, I don't know how much space Cleveland still has. I'm sure they want to leave a little bit of room open for their offense, or trying to build around their Cam Ward or Shedeur Sanders is, presumptually where they're probably going to go in the draft here. But yeah, Joey Bosa coming over there. Is 5 years too much for this guy?
Seems a little steep, right? I mean,
12-year veteran, if I'm not mistaken. I know he's 10 plus. I don't know. I'm pretty sure he's been in the league 12 years. Yeah. I'll pull his stats up here in a second.
Yeah. 107 regular season games. So he's got some tread on the tires. I would have thought it'd be more like we talked about yesterday, a 3-year deal.
What's that? You get a 2. You get 2 or 3. That would be kind of like the sweet spot for Joey Bosa there. And also, does Joey want to be in Buffalo for
I know, right?
For 5 years, right?
Yeah.
That's Jordan kind of talked about it yesterday. They are Florida dudes, Florida boys. Is that cold weather going to be? I don't know. I think they did Ohio State. They did okay at Ohio State, but Buffalo's a different kind of cold. I've never been to Buffalo, but it seems like a different kind of cold.
Well, and the other part of that, Wags, is kind of the knock on this dude is, he's been hurt. So
I don't know. I thought he was in his 30s. Honestly, I gotta look his stats up.
Yeah, 28 games over the last 3 years that he's played in. Having missed with injury. So that's the other part of that. And that's getting long in the tooth. I mean, injuries are hard to get over, and you have to think playing in the cold. I don't know if that still factors in or not, but it's a little bit of a gamble, but I think it's a good gamble for them. It's a long-term deal that I didn't think that he would get. But I mean, if you're Buffalo and you can make this deal work, that's an area of need that you have right there. To try to bolster that side of the ball, because like we said, the offense is not suffering, and they've made the long-term investment there to go with the guy that's going to lead them through 2032. So you better go to the other side of the ball and do some shit right there. That way you can hopefully get past, I mean, we can say Kansas City, but hopefully get to the Super Bowl. That's the ultimate goal. I don't care who they're playing.
So he was drafted in 2016. Joey Bosa was. So
oh, wow. Yeah.
Less than 10. He's been in there 9 years.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, 16. Thank you, Jake. Thank you. Beat me to it, buddy. Beat me to it.
Been a little bit. Bit.
Yeah, Buffalo making some splashes, my guy. Buffalo making some splash. I like the move, especially with look, we talk about the offensive firepower that Miami brings, right? And I'm not sure if Tua is going to be able to stay upright. It had Miami making a move, bringing in Zach Wilson. I don't know if that wows the needle for you. I thought that was a little bit intriguing as well. Maybe if Zach Wilson can learn the timing, because that's what it seems to be with this Miami offense, right? It's the timing. It's finding everything to click at the right moment for Miami. No quarterback besides Tua has found a way to kind of optimize that. If Zach Wilson can come in here and learn the ways that Tua has, maybe Zach Wilson is mobile. I will say that Zach Wilson's a mobile quarterback. I'm not sure how much skill set there is in the differential in skill set that Tua has with his arm superiority than Zach Wilson has. You get Zach Wilson around the right tutelage, maybe something can pan out for the guy. Maybe it's another spot like Sam Darnold, to where he just becomes a journeyman and gets to, wait for his window of opportunity with the Dolphins there. But the Dolphins trying to shore up and make their offense continue to fire on all cylinders. In doing that, the Bills have to counter that. And if you're losing an edge rusher like Von Miller, you have to supplement it somewhere with a tier 1 edge rusher like Joey Bosa.
Mm-hmm. And to your Miami point right there, I mean, I think it's so important for them being the Dolphins, that you have to, with that susceptibility of Tua, getting his bell rung, that seems to happen at least once a year, that you have to have somebody that can come in there,
right?
Yeah. There has to be somebody that can come in, and you don't have to totally modify the offense. Like if the Dolphins went out and signed Joe Flacco, it's like, oh my God. I mean, you've got to redo.
Just not. Now you got to restructure the entire damn thing. Right?
Everything. You're changing scheme. You're changing play selection. You're changing everything. So I think they've got a dude in there to where, because look, man,
credit to the Dolphins. They have used multiple pieces in succession for Tua, or to try and supplement when Tua goes down.
Yeah, but
they just haven't found the right person to keep the engine moving, right? Like you gotta have flow in that offense. And when Tua is out, there is no flow. Maybe Zach Wilson might not be, a top tier quarterback, or hasn't proven himself to be a top tier quarterback, but he does feel like he can make an offense that is thriving. I don't know. I'm about to sound like a moron, I think. Right? Shocker. Wags is about to say something off the cuff. There's a chance that Zach Wilson could come in here and kind of orchestrate this well-oiled machine and look like look like a golden find, right? It's almost like how I feel with Sam Darnold.
Sam
I don't
Darnold.
think Sam Darnold's going to wow people at Seattle. I think Sam Darnold was just in the perfect situation with Minnesota. Okay, you had a great offensive wide receiver. You had your great offensive wide receiver room, right? Now you go probably the best in the NFC. Now you're talking about the best wide receiver room in the AFC with Waddle and Tyreek Hill, or at least the fastest. At least the fastest in the NFL. Okay, if you can't do anything with that, Zach Wilson, this is going to be your last hurrah. This is going to be your last ticket. If you have anything left in that, in your ability to play quarterback, Miami's going to get it out of you, I would think.
Yeah, because the thing is with Zach Wilson, it's not a matter of if he gets to play. I mean, I'm sorry, it's when he gets to play, because it's inevitable.
He'll play at least 2 games, you'd think, right?
He's going to. And when I say that, my whole thought is I just hope that Tua's not banged up enough to where it's not. I mean, I worry for that guy, but that's a whole different topic. But I think getting into a system like this, it does afford him a chance, because that is with Sam Darnold, because we're going to see it's such a drastic difference. And what sucks is that when Darnold struggles this year, because he doesn't have what he had over there, it's going to be okay.
He's got Smith and Jigba, but we'll see what they can muster in the draft. It's not going to be nothing than what he had in Minnesota.
Right. So if they can get him a running back, I mean, if they can do all that, he's going to be held to what he did last year, and that's where people need to be real damn realistic, to where it's like he's not going to have this year what he had last year. So, but that's going to be a tough thing right there. But I think this is a chance there in Miami for him to come in and get the opportunity to play and just keep them on track, keep winning as they're going. And I think he can fit into that system pretty good. And, not that he's going to take Tua's job, but that's the kind of guy that you need to have behind somebody like Tua that's more susceptible to the injury, is somebody that can come in and just keep the boat moving in the same direction, to where you're not just doing a revamp. So it's an interesting move. I like the move for him. Another opportunity for him. I'm still, we talked about this yesterday. We had the breaking news yesterday, Wags, where I don't mean to bring up a bad word, but with Daniel Jones going to Indy, I assumed that was going to be, in a backup role there to Richardson. But now the stuff that I'm reading and seeing this morning, it's like, well, he may start over Richardson. And I don't
14. Is that what he got? 14 million? What did he get?
He got a pretty good grab. He got a pretty good grab for what he
14 million for 1 year.
Yeah.
People don't learn, man. Or maybe you just got 14 million just throw around and say, oh, here's a bridge. Here maybe something can happen. Here you go. 14 million. For the guy that is, I don't know, it's supposed to be your franchise quarter, and who didn't see this coming? Who didn't see Anthony Richardson being a bust? I don't. He never wowed me at Florida. I didn't even. Matter of fact, I didn't even know I didn't even hear the guy until the end of the latter portion of his senior career. Honestly,
he didn't play enough. It was kind of one of those things where you take a very small blueprint of something, and it's like,
you're going with Daniel Jones.
Yeah,
that's cool.
I don't know, man. So that's gonna. I was talking about a couple of weeks ago that to me the interesting quarterback, what was going to happen in the quarterback scenarios were Seattle and Indianapolis. And Seattle makes the move, and I think they've got a guy there, but they need to surround him with the pieces. I think with Indianapolis, I mean, do you think about trading Richardson? I mean, do you want to move this guy out? I mean, what are you going to do with him?
I don't think the value is up enough on Richardson to. Well, he's still on a rookie deal, so I mean, maybe you could have a potential bag there, like bring this guy in on a contract in hopes that he's going to pan out and blossom into what NFL scouts thought he was going to be, and that's why they drafted him. That's maybe the only chance that you would do that, I would think, because the value in product of play that he's given so far in his short campaign has not been don't know, it's not enough to make me want to invest. We'll just say that.
Yeah. So, I don't know a spot for him. I mean, maybe somewhere to go be a backup, kind of be that quarterback in waiting, may be a possibility. But, goes back to that with Richardson. I mean, where? I mean, who? I mean, I don't know. You know, there's a few dominoes left to fall. I mean, you've still got Russell Wilson and Aaron Rodgers that are sitting out there to figure out where they're going to land. It seems like it's going to be Aaron to Pittsburgh, which why? I mean, you know, it is what it is. I mean, he's got plenty of weapons. Yeah, Canada, maybe the XFL or UFL, whatever it's called. I don't know, man, but we're down to it right here, man, because there's been a lot of movement.
I know that all NFL coaches have a strong backbone. I would think that all NFL coaches have a strong backbone. But I would think if Rodgers goes to Pittsburgh, one, he won't have the relationship that he had with Nathaniel Hackett, right? Like Hackett won't be there, so they won't be able to be, you know, have chummy or be able to kind of, you know, pull strings, and orchestrate from within there. And also, you got to deal with Tomlin. Like I feel like Mike Tomlin is a no nonsense, no bullshit type of dude. I'm sure he will acquiesce and allow growth for his staff and his players, but I feel like you're under the vision of Mike Tomlin. And if you can't align and get with that, you're probably going to be shown the door. And there's a reason why Mike Tomlin has been so successful in his tenure at or his career and time at Pittsburgh. It's because it's been continuity. It's been one vision, and it's been pieces with coordinators, but usually it's the Mike Tomlin way. And when you try to or when you start to avert and go away from that, deviate from that, that's maybe when, you know, you start to find these 500 seasons for the first time in Mike Tomlin's career, or losing seasons in the first time for Mike Tomlin's career. Maybe that starts to come about. But until then, man, are we saying Aaron Rodgers is going to be the straw that brings Mike Tomlin the first losing season? I feel like Mike Tomlin has enough of a backbone and enough, you know, leadership within him to not allow Aaron Rodgers to drive the ship, regardless of the portion of career that Aaron Rodgers is in, to where he's maybe in parade mode or not.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of mutual respect right there between those two guys, between Tomlin and Rodgers.
I would think so.
Yeah,
but it's still Tomlin's show, right?
Right. And they're still Aaron Rodgers. And I would, if this happens, if he goes to Pittsburgh, what would intrigue me to make it interesting to me is the fact that he's going to roll up in there. He's not going to get Devontae Adams because he's a Ram. I don't think Mike Tomlin's going to go out and bring in Alan Lazard. He's not going to do this whole.
Do you see a humbled Rodgers?
That's my thought. I think that this dude comes in. I'm not going to say his tail between his legs.
No, but I mean, like, but a grateful,
right?
You know, a Rodgers that's showing gratitude.
Yeah,
you know, we talk about one last hurrah. You know, maybe this is to go out on a good foot. You know, no pun intended, right? But to go out on a good foot here for Aaron Rodgers.
This is your chance. I mean, if this dude can roll in there and he becomes the quarterback of the Pittsburgh Steelers, and not that they're going to win a Super Bowl, but if they get to the playoffs and win a playoff game, because that seems to be a challenge, you know, if he can orchestrate that with Mike Tomlin, I like the pairing.
DK Metcalf and George Pickens. If George Pickens, I'm still up in the air if George Pickens is staying or not. He's got 1 year on his contract. I mean, from who I've talked to with Pittsburgh Steelers insiders, Pickens is probably going to start bitching here soon, especially after the 3-year extension with Metcalf. So probably going to be some rumblings. And if that's the case, Pittsburgh don't want to deal with that. Get the hell, you know, you got 1 year left. What the hell? Get out.
Yeah. That's the thing about it. And I did see a while ago, apparently this just broke a while ago, the Steelers have signed running back Kenneth Gainwell. So they got an Eagle now. So that's going to be the Najee Harris. And that's like, you know, it's not.
It's good for good out of the backfield, good back catching something out of the backfield. I would think maybe turn like a 1 yard screen into 4 or 5 and chance to break something.
Yeah, get ahead of the sticks. Sure. I mean, it's a good guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I think the Rodgers to Pittsburgh is a good landing spot for him because he will. I think he does come in. I think he does come in humbled, and you want to ride out on a better. I mean, look, let's the end of the year with the Jets.
Nobody wants to be the. And I don't know. Maybe there are people out there that embrace being a villain, but
I think you swallow a little bit of that humble.
That's not how I want to write the end of my story.
That's exactly what I'm talking about, and I think that's a good spot with Mike Tomlin because Mike Tomlin's going to put his foot in his ass. You know, I don't care if he's a 40-year-old Super Bowl winning, MVP winning quarterback. That's Mike Tomlin, and that's what he does. And I think this could be a really cool pairing right there to see how these guys would work. Wags, before we get out of here, how about a word from our friends at Covert BK?
Oh shit, yeah. I guess we better hit some sponsors, right?
It's really a family experience. You know, I walked in the showroom today and everybody greeted me by name. How you doing? What's going on? How's everything going?
From a price standpoint, from a customer service perspective, just conversation when you come in, it feels no pressure. I want to buy cars here.
The family buying car experience, one of the best that you will ever have.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Right, covertbcave.com. Check them out online right there. Weekly specials, 42 acres of beautiful pre-owned and new vehicles out there to take care of all of you guys. Also, McCall Custom Homes, continuing. We are right at the end of the stage right now as my master bathroom and secondary bathroom, because we've got tile going in there right now as we speak, coming all together, and this thing looks amazing. Building value into your home, that's what McCall Custom Homes does for over 35 years, family-owned business right here in Austin, whether it is a renovation like we're doing here, whether it is a new build, whatever the situation is, that outdoor patio, all of that, they can come in, get a plan together for you. And I've talked about it so many different times where throughout this process, it's been, well, I know you want to do this, but how about we do this? Because this is going to save you money if we do this. That's pretty unheard of with a lot of contractors. It's usually the other way where let's do this, but it's going to cost you X amount. Not the case with McCall Custom Homes. Check them out, McCallCustomHomesATX.com. You can call or text our man Mike, 512-633-9580. Although right now you may not get a response because there's a baby on the way. There may be a new baby there for Mike. So he may be on baby duty right now, but check him out, McCallCustomHomesATX.com.
There we go, good sir. Also, we'd be remiss if we didn't tell you about our friends over at Audiovisual Consultations. Been setting the standard in audiovisual automation for the past 35 years. Just give them a call, 512-255-8678. That's avconsultations.com. Or go to the website at avconsultations.com that I just mentioned and look at the gallery of projects that they've done over the past 35 years, since 1988, man. Whether you want 2 TVs, 3 TVs, 4, they got it all, man. It's all deadly. They can make it happen for you. That's just the video portion of it, too. You want to talk audio? Let's get into the Sonos surround sound system that we've been hearing so much about, right? Maybe you want 4 or 5 different areas or zones in your house. You can have different, songs playing at the same time, or maybe we can play, each Christmas song, each favorite Christmas carol of yours. I always go to the Christmas carols because that's where I like to hear Nat King Cole all the time, and maybe a little bit of Engelbert Humperdinck and all the old classics too. You can play those in all the crazy zones so you can drive your wife crazy, right? You do that with the Sonos surround sound system, and you do it with Audiovisual Consultations. 512-255-8678. That's avconsultations.com.
Wags, did you see that? So Tiger ruptured his Achilles.
I saw that. Now, did he do this while he was doing the, I guess the circuit, like the club?
No. This was
the indoor stuff that they got going on with the New York club.
Practice session at home. So wow, man.
No bueno.
How much can this dude take? I think he's maybe done. That's
I don't know what's the rehab on this.
An Achilles. What's an Achilles? I think 6
months.
6 months. Yeah, and what concerns me about him is you just
that won't be the rehab like that. He'll be down for 6 months and then the rehab after that.
Yeah. And you think about that. I mean, just kind of the whole back of Tiger Woods. I mean, you can go down his back, his shoulders.
His glutes just aren't activating. We know that.
I bet they don't activate anymore after all this. And now you add the Achilles right there. This is man, this is a lot for this guy, man. It's a lot, but he'll probably. I agree with
Achilles,
Rob.
I forgot that drop. We got to bring that drop too. Achilles.
Yeah.
We can't accept that.
Yeah, can't accept that.
Achilles. All right. What else we got on the slate? Anything?
Yeah, that was still our man, Pet Saint Jack, back in those days. Looks like what we got on the slate is the boys. Here they are. It's Jordan. It's Will.
Hey, what's up,
Will
guys?
and Jordan.
Happy Wednesday. Happy Wednesday. How's your all NFL free agency happening for you?
Not bad. You know, a lot of Texas O-line move, but
Will,
who's your team?
Texans. Yeah, I got lost there. Texans. So yeah, you know, no more Kenyon, no more Tunsil, but a little happy.
Yeah,
I'm a suffering Giants fan. Oof. So yeah, we just gave 3 years, $36 million to Darius Slayton, but couldn't even offer that to Saquon Barkley.
Slay.
Seriously, I'm not bullshitting.
I did see that.
That's the bag that Darius Slayton got.
You know, the running back market is much different, though. It's
right, and again, you know, hindsight's 2020. We didn't know what type of year that Saquon Barkley would have, but still.
Well, I mean, I don't think that took a genius to figure out.
No,
also, but let's be honest.
3 years for 3 years, $36 million for Saquon, or not Saquon Barkley, for Darius Slayton. Like that's again. You thought maybe that the chaos and the mishaps were fixed in the front office for the Giants. As long as Schoen's there, shit's still gonna roll.
Yeah.
I'm on one. I'm on one.
The Saquon stuff is interesting because no way in hell would you ever expect him to have the season he had in Philly if he stayed in New York.
But it's a better line, but sure. But yeah. we're talking.
Yeah, but like at the end of the day, he's no question top 3 running back in the league, right? So I don't know, dude. What's the deal with the Giants running back situation? I'm sure that's a position they have to draft, right?
They'll be looking to draft. No, but I mean they still have 2 years or a year and a half or maybe a year left with Singletary. So,
you know, if I was a GM, I would be hitting up the Panthers to be like, hey, Jonathan Brooks, how does a 5th round pick for him sound? You know, and just like shoot my shot because like he's coming off the ACL that he retore. They just gave a pretty big extension to Chuba Hubbard.
Yep.
Like they have a running back locked up long term that's already established himself as the guy.
You think you get it on the cheap or like a discount?
I mean, he's coming off the re-tearing of his ACL. It would be cheaper than it was a year ago or right after the draft, obviously. But you know, you don't know what the Panthers would want for it. But like,
and
if
the
I was
Giants
a team,
the Giants and Panthers do have each other on speed dial.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Rob. I did not see that. I'm not in tune with the Panthers free agency stuff, but they let go of Miles Sanders. Apparently that'll be hard. But hypothetically, if I was, you know, in a spot where I had average to below average running back that's serviceable, I would try to make a trade for Jonathan Brooks and then, you know, ease him into the season as it goes on, I guess. But
Dallas.
Jerry finally gets his
make a
back.
deal.
That's a deal. Again, it makes too much sense.
They like
too much sense for Jerry.
They like him. Yeah. Good stuff.
All right, boys.
All right, boys.
I'm gonna get out of your all's hair, man. Thanks for the conversation. Thanks for the crosstalk, Rodney. Thanks for the conversation as well, man. Happy Wednesday. We'll
Good
see you
stuff,
guys tomorrow.
Take care.
Be good.
See you guys tomorrow.
All
right, Jordan. I am going to give you the reins for the majority of today. You have, a few Central Texas prospects that we should know about to talk about today. And but before we get to that, anything from NFL free agency, anything in recruiting that has kind of piqued your interest over the last 24 hours?
No, kind of just waiting to see where Aaron Rodgers lands.
There was a comment in here. I gotta find it from Rob that Aaron Rodgers is gonna stay quiet and show up on the opening day of the XFL. This would make me the happiest little boy in the world if he could not find a team after months and months and be playing for the San Antonio Brahmas, for the rest of his career. I actually don't think it would be the craziest thing that's happened in Aaron Rodgers' career either. So, looking forward to seeing that maybe.
Yeah. Sorry, I was trying to find a text. Where is this? On a kid I'm about to talk about that has his measurements. Let's see. Well, anyways, we're going to get into this. So the last 2 days, I put out 2 stories on underclassmen in the Central Texas area. On Monday, I did 2027, 5 2027 names you need to know. And on, why can't I find this? On Tuesday, I did the 2028 class freshmen. So, Longhorn Bear. We'll get to it. We will get to the 49ers talk later on. Thank y'all for dancing on my grave. But I'll just share my screen. We'll do it that way. So in the Central Texas area, long overlooked. People rarely recruit it. It's kind of ridiculous. Like I talk to Bam about this all the time. Bam Blake, who trains, Drew Makuba, Jahdae Barron. The amount of teams that hit Bam up when the portal starts trying to get his guys, but they refuse to offer them out of high school. Like, what is the practice there? What are y'all doing? They're cheaper out of high school too. But anyways, nonetheless, Central Texas, where I'm from, near and dear to my heart. And a lot of those kids get overlooked, at least in comparison to the DFW Metroplex, Houston area, all that. And San Antonio's got a lot of talent too. I know San Antonio is South Texas or Central Texas, depending on who you're asking. But for this exercise, we categorize them as Central Texas, so I could use, the 210 area. But first kid I'll talk about, Trey Moore, 6'3", 200 pounds, Pflugerville Weiss, a kid I've had my eye on for, quite some time. Played 7-on-7 in middle school, and I got to see him then. And, it was kind of like, hey, this little kid's got something. He wasn't little then. He was over 6 foot. And, the early flashes were apparent. And he comes from, bloodlines full of athletes. Dad played quarterback at OU in the 90s during, the down period of OU besides now. His name is Eric Moore. His mother played volleyball at Alabama. His uncle played receiver at Texas. I almost said Texas Sports Unfiltered. His uncle played at Texas Southern, and then played in the NFL for, I think, 5 or 6 years at the receiver position. And then, sorry, got a text. And then brother, one of them is a guard at Oral Roberts. Guard is in basketball. And then the other plays running back at Oklahoma Baptist, which is one of the, stronger D2 programs that exists. So checks the boxes from Bloodline's perspective. The film is great. Played primarily sub-varsity ball for Weiss as a freshman, and then they moved him up to varsity towards the end of the season once they had some injuries. Going into his sophomore year, though, higher expectations. And he finishes the 3rd leading receiver on the team behind Adrian Wilson, who, signed with Colorado, a 4-star prospect. And then the other kid was a senior who I believe signed somewhere at D2, but he was a 3-year starter at the high school level, a great high school player. So going into his junior year, he's the guy. And I think he can go north of 1,000 yards. I believe he'll be the first Weiss Wolf that will go north of 1,000 yards. The school did open in 2017, so kind of cheating there. But, the top receiver prospect out of Austin since, I'd probably say Jaden Grayhouse, Braylon James, that class in 2023. I think will be the highest ranked. I think will be the most coveted since those guys. And hasn't tested, hasn't run track as a high schooler. So, the verified athleticism isn't quite there, but, turn on the tape, he's got it. And is a kid who I think could legitimately project to the X position at the college level. And the reason I bring that up, the X position is the most important receiver position in college football. It's not close. Those guys are the highest paid. They get the ball the most. It's not rocket science by any means. And Trey Moore can't play the X position in college. So excited to see what happens with him as far as his recruitment goes. I've been told by a few people LSU is the dream school. But he's going to keep it open. Texas, Alabama, Oklahoma, Oregon. A lot of the schools coming after him pretty heavy. I know Chris Jackson and him are communicating about 2 to 3 times a day. So we'll see what happens. Early favorites haven't really been established. And, this is a national recruit who's going to take his time with his visits getting around. But could be or will be. He already is. He has an offer from Texas, obviously, but I believe he's the first, receiver in the Austin area, I think, since Great House of Braylon James. So going to be interesting to see where he ends up.
Sorry, say that again. The first
receiver out of the Austin area to have an offer from Texas.
Really? Since Jaden Greathouse and Braylon James?
I believe so, because there wasn't the 2024 cycle. I don't think there's anyone in the city or area that I can think of.
Well, then that's just a good kind of narrative as you're saying this, because Texas has not, especially at skill position, has not recruited Central Texas hardly at all under Steve Sarkisian. So as we're going through this, make a little note that Texas is already in the mix for some of these guys when, in the last 5 years, that has not really been the case. So,
yeah, and he had 38 receptions, 562 receiving yards on an average of basically 15 yards per catch. And he was at OU this past weekend on a visit. Expect him to get down to Texas at some point, and they're going to be really smart about his process. Since getting out of athletics, football or volleyball for mom and dad, they're now pastors at a church in Austin. So, really good family, and not just good on the field, but off the field as well. And a really well put together young man. But a guy you get excited about. All right, this is a guy that I get excited about. Ty Johnson, 6'2", 185 pounds. That's verified. Was one of the better testers at the National Combine in San Antonio. For the receiver group, he finished top 10 in every single testing drill. I went and looked at I got someone to send me the data the other day because, there are a lot of kids there that I was curious about and hadn't seen. But this is a kid who started on Lampasas' varsity squad as a freshman and had, 557 receiving yards, 29 receptions, average of 19.2 yards per catch. And then as a sophomore, became receiver one, went for 955 receiving yards, 68 receptions, 10 touchdowns. Literally, he checks every box. On-field, production, tape, 6'2". He also runs track, 22.64 in the 200, 22.3 long jump, and a 6-foot high jump as an 8th grader. And this kid has 4 offers. He has 4 offers: UTSA, UTEP, Colorado State, Texas Tech. Shout out Texas Tech. I mean, they kind of offer, I think, way too many kids, but most of the time they'll be first on most people. So he's been to Texas a few times. The visits he did go on for the most part were like the, early in the season non-conference games where Texas basically, they want to fill out the visitor section and they hit up a bunch of local coaches. I have no idea what just happened, why our thing looks like that. I guess I'll share my screen again. But is one of the best receiver prospects out of the 254 area since I don't know when. He's a little old for his grade. He's already 17 and turned 17 in December as a sophomore. So I think that could possibly be scaring away teams. Maybe they think he's tapped out, but I don't really buy that excuse. This is very much an elite power 4 receiver, in my opinion, and I think will be a kid who could end up in top 247 range. So maybe he needs 4 stars slapped on him for schools to pull their head out of their asses, but a great prospect and someone that I think is going to be, a kid we're talking about a lot in the future. Caden Scott. This is the kid I was looking for his measurements. So he showed up at the, to my understanding, I wasn't there because I went back home to shoot the Texas versus Ohio State game. But to my understanding, at the National Combine, for, there's a select few kids on that roster that we already have ranked, or, they have a bunch of offers. They're firmly on the scouting team's radar. And they would pull them to the side and do their measurements, themselves instead of waiting for the Combine data. Also, the Combine doesn't do arm length for whatever reason. So, they made an effort to go after the big boys linemen because that is important. And with Caden Scott, he had like 35.5-inch arms, verified 6'6.25", 290 pounds, and he has like an 82 wing. So basically a 7-foot wingspan. So this is a kid who legitimately can project to the left tackle position in the NFL with those measurables, which is we've talked about with Felix Ojo, John Turntine, a few of the, O linemen in 2025, Zayden Kremp and Drew Evers. that arm length and NFL, projectable measurements is incredibly important for playing that left tackle position. So he's definitely going to be a guy that Texas is in on. I do very much think they're the leader based off everyone I've spoken with, and he does already have an offer, just like Trey Moore and Ty Johnson does not. So with Caden Scott, don't really know who the early contenders are. I think A&M, but everything I've heard on him, leads me to believe Texas is in pole position right now, and they're setting the pace. Didn't do track and field until this spring, and he's already gone like 38.6 and I think 38.1 in 2 meets. So this is, in the 2027 offensive tackle class, Texas has already offered 4 in-state kids, and there's about 3-4 more that I think are good enough to get an offer one day. So it'll be really interesting to see where he fits in on that board, just because there's so many talented guys at that position. But, with him being geographically closer than almost everyone else over in San Antonio, I do think, that'll help with Texas's chances. So I like him a lot. Jaden Mack, a kid out of Hutto, Texas has not offered him. They've had him on several visits for game days. I believe they camped him last summer as well. 6'4", 310 pounds, more of a guard than a tackle, at least, when projecting to the league. Has 10 offers: Houston, A&M, Tech, Ole Miss, Duke, Baylor. Those are the Power 4 ones. And early on, he listed himself as an athlete. Schools are looking at him as O-line, D-line, found a home with the offensive line projection. And, with Texas, they have not offered yet. And one thing I want to bring up, since, we're talking with local Centex kids, Texas cannot offer kids in the Austin area unless they know they will take them. They can't do that. That's why Swade Griffin was never offered, because they knew they would never take him. And he was the son of Cedric Griffin, or is the son of Cedric Griffin, played his ball at Lago Vista. And Cedric Griffin actually has another son, Cedric Griffin II, who's coming up right now, is a 2026 or 2027 DB over at Lago. But with Jaden Mack, I do think, that is part of the holdup in regards to his offer. I do think he's taking things slow. I do not think he would try to commit right away if they offered him, but they're always going to play things safe with the local kids, just because, it is the right thing to do. And it prevents less drama if you go about the process that way, by waiting until you will 1,000% take the kid. So I expect him to camp, likely the June Elite Camp this summer, and could potentially get an offer there. I've heard A&M is pretty big for him, but, we'll see what happens with him. And, Will Hammond, Alex Green, Jeremy Curley, a lot of interesting guys out of Hutto, and, he's next up. And then lastly, for the 2027 class, Eli Johnson. This is a kid who I think should have way more people talking about him. 6'3", 200 pounds already, a legitimate safety prospect. Can't play corner, but I think, projects better to safety. And with him, like you see the names on the screen, he's next in line at Steel. It's produced Caden Stearns, Jalen Jones, Alvin Williamson, Dante Carter. And he's next up. Was a sophomore year starter, already has Power 4 offers: Baylor, Cal, Minnesota, OU, Pitt, Purdue, TCU. And has some, intriguing track stuff. All these guys, like you said, I bring up track data. Went 14.4 twice as a 7th grader in the long jump. And 68 total tackles, 3 tackles for loss, 2 forced fumbles, 2 picks, block punt. He does a lot of different things, and with him, the sophomore film, I'll be honest, it's not amazing. But this is a kid I've seen work out in a training session with Bam, and he's a kid you call a looker. Like, you look at him once and it's like, yeah, we're offering this kid. So I do think once he gets in person in a camp setting at Texas, he can, and I would bet will pick up an offer. But definitely a safety name to know in the state of Texas for 2027, besides Jaquan Snell, Cooper Witten. And I do think this is a kid who, we'll be talking about a lot going forward. But Coach 420 with a good question. Hudson White Knight from Drip and the Intel. So Hudson White Knight is a 2027 offensive tackle prospector. We don't have verified data on him, but he lists himself with measurements that I think could project to offensive tackle. So we'll just call him an OT for now. But kind of similar to Jacob Ponson, if y'all remember him from Dripping Springs a few years ago. Big framey kid, needs to put a lot of weight on for the college game, but has the tools. And I mean, if we're trusting him with his self-listed measurements, has the measurements. So for him, I was talking to someone at Dripping Springs that reached out to Texas. They're evaluating him this spring, and he will be on campus at the end of March for an unofficial visit. So could be one to watch, but I just didn't throw him on, the story because he has not been to Texas yet. And at the time that I wrote that, they had not, evaluated him or whatnot. So will be one to watch, but, just wanted to go with 4. And as right now, you look at their heights, weights, Jaden Mack, I think he profiles better as a Cal Flood offensive line recruit than White Knight does. That's why I went with Jaden Mack instead of White Knight. But definitely got to watch. And then Coach 420, appreciate you. I believe you sent me this kid a couple months ago. I'll be circling back on him. But let's see how long he stays at I think the kid you sent me is at Clemens, Shirts Clemens. And they almost lose like everyone to Judson, Steele, or, whoever. So, or Smithson Valley, like Freddie DeBose.
All right, Jordan, let's break up. You've got a few more in the class of 2028. Let's break it up. Kirk Bowles over at the Chronicle has 2 names that he likes, and neither one of us are basketball guys, so we'll see how long this conversation can go on. He has 2 names for the Texas basketball coaching job, although it is not open yet. We will preface that. It is not open yet. Rodney Terry has not been fired yet. But he says that Chris Del Conte likes the way that Quinn Snyder looks, and we've heard that one before, as well as Billy Donovan. So 2 current NBA guys, 2 coaches whose teams are both either supposed to make the play-in or the playoffs. Quinn Snyder is the coach of the Hawks. Previously the Trailblazers coach when Dame was, for the prime of Dame time. I believe he coached the Bucks at some point.
Am I tripping? Wasn't he the Jazz's coach at one point?
The Jazz, that's what it was, not the Trailblazers. And the last time he coached at the college level was as Mizzou's head coach from 1999 to 2006. So you may be asking yourself, what did he do after he coached at Mizzou? Funny enough, he was the head coach of the Austin Toros from 2007 to 2010, now the Austin Spurs. So he is a little bit familiar with Austin. The Hawks are not good. They will make the playoffs probably because the East is the joke of a conference. I mean, it's just incredible how bad you can be and still make the playoffs. So, if he ends up being the guy, you're going to have to wait a little bit longer. But the Hawks should get bounced, in 4 or 5 games by whoever it is, the Knicks or the Bucks or the Pacers or someone. They won't stand a chance against anyone. So Quinn Snyder, and that's not a dig on him. I mean, he just doesn't have the talent like those other teams in the East. He's got Trae Young, and they don't have DeAndre Hunter anymore, so I don't know who they have. Anyways,
it would take maybe it's just the age I grew up in, but I can't. Old people are gonna laugh at this and be like, "Well, Dominique Wilkins," but like I can't hear or think of the Hawks without thinking of like Jeff Teague, Cal Korver, Paul Millsap, Al Horford.
Of course.
They'd be the number 1 seed and then get swept by LeBron second round like every single time.
It was beautiful.
But
Millsap and
Millsap was so. I always got him in 2K on my team, and the Jeff Teague podcast clips are they're hilarious.
He's the best guy.
The best one is the Paul George one. What you're talking about?
There's a good one about actually the famous story about Jeff Teague being left on the bus in the bubble when he was the guy. They couldn't say his name at the time, but he was the one that was left on the bus. And then after the Bucks won a championship in 2021, he said that he finished the night by playing 2K, and he wanted to go out to Vegas. He wanted to go out to club, but Giannis said no. And once Giannis said no, no one could really do anything, and did that. I've heard it. There's a couple. After you watch our show, go hop on the Jeff Teague podcast. I'm not sure what it's called.
But the Paul George clip, the funniest. Like he basically it was when they were on the Pacers. Guy tries to be the game-winning shot with the buzzer beater. They needed to go on to win. He misses. That night, Paul George is in a press conference like, I need that shot. Like, I need to have that shot. I'm our guy. I need to be the one with the ball in my hands as the clock hits 0. Like 2 days later, 2 games later, whatever it is, it's a very similar scenario where the Pacers have the ball, last possession. They need a shot to win. And Paul George gets it, and he misses the shot. And the dude who originally took it is in the locker room that night next to Jeff Teague like, hey, check this shit out. And it's the Powerade commercial with Paul George where he shoots and goes, ball game, you know, if you all remember that one. He does a much better job of explaining it than me. But, yeah, if you're ever bored, just go check out Jeff Teague's podcast. But you said Quinn Snyder and
Billy Donovan, that is the same Billy Donovan who has won 2 national championships at Florida. He's made it to the Final Four 4 times, 3-time SEC Coach of the Year, 6-time SEC regular season champion, 4-time SEC tournament champion.
Where's he coaching now?
He is with the Bulls,
Still.
who somehow are even worse than the Hawks. The Bulls truly have, no one. Levine's not there. I couldn't tell you 3.
They got Lonzo
players. Still. They have Josh Giddey. Who did you say?
Lonzo.
They do have Lonzo. Lonzo's actually been having a good year, too.
What about
Nikola Vucevic, they have.
Oh, man. He used to be so cold on the Magic. It was just him and a bunch of bums.
Yeah.
Now the Magic is just Paolo Banchero and a bunch of bums.
But what say you? Billy Donovan, one of the most successful college coaches, still in the game today, hasn't coached college in 10 years. But, the last time he did, he was 19-year head coach at Florida and what was kind of a dynasty there. Obviously, the SEC has changed a lot. Obviously, college basketball has changed a lot. But I had this conversation on our board last week, actually, when the Quinn Snyder, when there was more buzz around that in my eyes, taking a good college basketball job is a much better situation for a coach than a bad NBA job. Because in the NBA, it's really better in my eyes than any NBA job. Because we've seen what Doc Rivers won, came close to winning a championship with Boston, went to the finals, never did anything with him. That's happened several times. I'm not going to say Brad Stevens. Brad Stevens retired, basically. Ime Udoka had some issues on his way out of Boston. Monty Williams goes to the finals. There's so many guys throughout the years who have made it to the finals, made deep pushes in the playoffs, won a championship. Mike Budenholzer won a championship, and are fired, a year or 2 later. When you look at the leash that a guy like Rodney Terry has been given at Texas, and you see the leash that you have in the NBA, you may want, Texas may look a lot more attractive, especially considering that you are going to be the first guy that they hire in the last, 5-6 years now, that they truly want in the hire. Because, I don't know, Rodney Terry impressed in the remainder of the 22-23 season after Beard left. But if there was a search, a true search, that he would not have been the guy. So yeah. I think Billy Donovan is a really exciting name here. I'm not sure if Texas will be able to get it done, just because I think there is some value in, a guy that's, he's only 59. Thought he was older than that. He's got some time, so we'll see about that.
Yeah, the point you brought up about the leash on coaches in the NBA compared to college got me thinking, like, is Eric Spoelstra the longest tenured coach in the league? And I looked this up.
Pop.
Yeah, I completely forgot about Pop just because, San Antonio's in the place that they're at. Not only geographically, but also league-wise in the standings.
But he's very likely done now. So, it sounds like.
How much longer is he supposed? Oh, it says. Oh, Pop's up for the stroke in November 24th.
Yeah. Pop is not coaching anymore. He's been out since basically the beginning of the season. They have an interim right now, and he's not coming back. So,
well, new era in San Antonio. Maybe they go get Trilly Donovan.
Maybe they go get whoever they want because that's probably the most attractive job in the league.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Hard to watch.
Honestly, if you had an option to take the Boston job, the LA job, I'm not saying any of these are coming open, and they won't. Boston, LA, Denver, Oklahoma City, or San Antonio. Which one are you taking?
Boston, LA, Denver, Oklahoma City, or San Antonio. Okay, if it's LA, is it the Lakers or the Clippers? Because that is a big difference.
It's the Lakers.
I'm taking LA. Because one, I do not like Boston. Don't like the people in Boston. Been there like 2 or 3 times. Not a fan. Oklahoma City, there's just nothing to do in Oklahoma. I know Oklahoma City.
I'm saying,
I'm just thinking like
the city. I'm saying from the basketball aspect.
Oh, okay. Are we trying to win now or win long term? Like, how old am I?
We are trying to build a dynasty.
All right, I'm going Spurs. We got the alien, Wemby. Keep tanking. Let's get us a number 1 pick again. Get Cooper Flag. I don't know. Let's sell some tickets. Let's move the team to Austin too while we're at it. I would try to push that for sure. But I don't know. I mean, would you take the Spurs? Thunder are a good option too. They have like an insane amount of picks left as well.
The Lakers still have a lot of assets, and if they can put one together, if they can put together a Western Conference Finals team or a team that can make it to the NBA Finals, they're going to be able to make some more splashes in free agency down the line. LeBron will be done after next season, and they'll really get to open up that roster. So I think the Lakers and the Spurs job would be just as about attractive. And the Lakers job opens up about once every other year. So if JJ Redick gets in a fight with someone, he'll be gone. So you never know. All right, Jordan, that was interesting little conversation about basketball from 2 guys who don't cover basketball, but I think we did pretty good there.
Yeah. Yeah, for the most part. I don't know. You got anything else? You want to turn it over to 2028s and send text real quick?
Yeah, go ahead and turn it over to 2028.
Okay, cool. Sorry, I was taking a look at Twitter real quick. So I believe I've actually already talked about one of these kids, but we'll just do a refresher because I think he is big time. But 2028, first off, we got Jackson Shad, Pflugerville Weiss, white boy with the juice. You see the chain. I love this kid's game a lot. So it was originally supposed to be the JV starter. Could have been the varsity second stringer. They wanted him to get playing time. And then scrimmages come preseason. The Weiss starter, Jax Brown, who ended up signing with Sam Houston State, tears, I believe it was his ACL in the scrimmage, season-ending injury. He's done for. What do? They call up the young gun, Jackson Shad. In week 1 of his freshman year of high school, he was the varsity starter. Went on to lead Weiss to, I believe, the second round or third round. Went for 2,700 yards, 32 touchdowns, 6 picks on 71% completion percentage. Pretty damn good as a freshman. I wouldn't call him a dual threat by any means, but more athletic than he looks. Had over 200 yards, 7+ carries or 7+ yards per carry. Only thing with him that scares me a little bit, he is 5'11", 165 pounds. I mean, this is a 14 or 15-year-old, so he'll obviously grow, but how much, not quite sure. But things I've seen from him so far, I think he has the potential to maybe be the first quarterback Texas has offered out of the Austin area since Cade Klubnik in 2022. But, again, he will need to continue physically developing. Weston Nielsen, the cat out of Bastrop quarterback, has a lot of offers, but not Texas. Why is that? Size, not the biggest guy. He has gotten bigger, but early on when Texas was, I think, really diving in at first, he just didn't check the boxes from a physical perspective. But could he camp again? Maybe. We'll see. But as of right now, I do not think Nielsen ends up at Texas. With Shad, though, already has Houston, SMU, UNT for offers. He picked those up before the end of his freshman season. The Houston offer came the day after his first start. Sean Bell offered him the day after his first start when he went for like 200 or 300 in week one. So in the infancy stages of the recruitment, as far as him and Texas go, he's been to several games as a visitor. Do not believe he's camped yet. I expect him to camp sometime this summer. And guess what? Family's big Longhorn fans. Grew up season tickets to DKR going to Texas games. So if they ever do offer Shad, I would very much expect him to act on the offer quickly. So, but again, like we said earlier in the show, they're not going to offer a kid in the Austin area unless they're cool with taking him. Jai Storm Knight. So many of y'all might have already seen this kid before, considering. Oh, there we go. This is what this kid looks like. He lists himself at 6'8", 340 pounds. Played a lot of right tackle for Judson's varsity squad as a freshman. I believe actually started a few games. Has been to Texas for a game day visit. Went to the game versus Florida, but they have not offered yet. He has 10 offers, including power forwards from Auburn, Nebraska, TCU, Tennessee Tech. And he also camped at Texas going into his freshman year this past summer, but is expected to be back on campus this spring. And I do think he's just a walking Kyle Flood offer. I mean, he's 6'8", 340 pounds. Like, this is a guy Kyle Flood gets excited about just looking at, right? So very curious to see how his body will develop, how much he can reshape it, his figure and his physical profile, because he will need to do that before he gets to college. And more of that will even need to be done once he gets to college. But definitely a kid to watch, and one that's already gone viral. So there's that. And then I got a few, my dogs at Shoemaker. No one really knows who these kids are because they played freshman ball in their ninth grade season, which, Shoemaker's a relatively traditional program. But 6'2", 175, saw him in 7-on-7. Really like this kid's game a lot. This is what it's supposed to look like as a freshman safety prospect. And he's a super competitive kid, goes both ways in 7-on-7, but it's definitely a safety. Just rangy, ball-hawking kid, and a kid who's likely to start at Shoemaker next year as a sophomore at the safety position. Also plays a bit of receiver in freshman ball, and, I mean, he just terrorizes ninth graders. Like, if I was a high school coach, I probably would have put him on JV, but, who cares? Let him have fun. This is a kid with a very bright future. I noticed after I posted him on Twitter, like 15 colleges followed him, and he pinned the highlights that I'm showing to his Twitter. So starting to pick up camp invites. Expect him to eventually get down to Texas, and not only a great player, but band performance kid as well. So he's trained with a few other Longhorns already. Tano Wooten, another Shoemaker cat. He's an athlete as of right now. I think could be, safety or receiver. I think he's talented enough to do either. And I mean, he went both ways at Shoemaker on their freshman team. Receiver, a little bit of running back, some corner safety. And again, no one really even knows this kid exists. But will be a varsity starter as a sophomore, and got to see him in 7-on-7. I mean, he was the best player on the field most of the time. So really excited to see how he develops. And like the other guy, Demarion Allen, I expect Tana Wooten to eventually camp at Texas this summer amongst a few other schools. So going to be fun to see how he develops. And great kid, great athlete, has really good ball skills, comes from a deep basketball background, also competes in track and field. And is running on Shoemaker's varsity 4x1, 4x2, and 4x4 relays. So would love to see him getting some open meets, but the relay times, him competing as a freshman on varsity and track is, encouraging. So excited for him, and definitely I think both him and Di Allen are eventual Power 4 kids, and they currently have 0 offers and have yet to play a varsity snap. This is, I believe, I'm almost positive I talked about him at some point last week or before, but Jamari Bowens out of Converse Judson, 2028, 6'5", 175, ridiculous hooper. Was first team all district as a freshman starting on Judson's varsity basketball team. Not the most talented district in the state, but one of the most competitive. Number 1 and number 4 seeds are relatively close in record and, just overall talent. And, didn't play varsity football as a freshman, but the freshman football clips are pretty damn encouraging. A lot of one-handed catches, showing off the vertical, doing track and field this spring. Already high jumped 6'2", hit a 110-meter hurdles PR at 15.44. And as a middle schooler, he went like 36 and 37 in the triple jump, like once each. So really love this kid, and his only offers from UTSA for football right now. I'll be honest, I don't know anything in regards to basketball scouting, but assume he could have basketball scholarships in his future. And also the younger brother of Johnny Bowens, who was a top 247 defensive line prospect out of Judson in the 23 class, signed with Oregon after a year in Eugene, transferred to UTSA, now back home. And so I think out of all those guys, I think Jamari Bowens has the highest ceiling, no question. If you have time, check out his Twitter. He just has some unreal clips of him just yamming it on 17, 18-year-olds in varsity games. So a kid that gets me excited and could be one to watch for the top 247 one day.
Could be. Jordan, okay, I will go ahead and preview tomorrow's show. Since we were planning on doing it today, and because of me, we are not. So tomorrow, Jordan and I will be drafting 22 players each from Texas high school football. That extends through all classes, although we assume that the players will just be in the class of 26 and 27. And we will put together full teams. So really interested to show this, on air and to see who we get here, Jordan.
Yeah. If you watch this show regularly, you'll know I selected Jermaine Bishop number 1 overall. Had to go get my guy. So, and I'm playing on my corner, but I'll also give him, a few receiver snaps here and there for sure. So, I don't know. Don't really, I guess, want to spoil it anymore. But
we are doing it. Yeah.
It was just number 1 pick, and most people would figure. Real ball knowers would know, that's the guy. Real quick, want to talk about this before we forget. So this cat, Tay Lockett, who is out of University City High School in the San Diego area, went there as a freshman, transferred to St. John Bosco, played his sophomore year at St. John Bosco, and then transferred back to University City for his junior year. 5'10 and a half, 170 pounds. Texas has not offered him, and he is an Arkansas commit. Has been committed to Arkansas since August of his sophomore year. There is some connection there with his family to Arkansas. I've not figured out what it is, but I've been told there's some connection there. One thing of note, plays with the Hellstar 7-on-7 program. His stepdad, I'm told, is actually, the guy who kind of helps run that program and run everything. And with him, there's a lot of other dudes on that team. Dia Bell is one. Davon Benjamin, the number 45 overall prospect, is one. Danny Lang, a top 247 corner from LA, is one. There's several kids who are Texas targets, have Texas offers. So, Texas hosting him, his stepfather tomorrow, family, they have not been to Texas yet. Could be a good thing to establish relationships with some people who are, critical in a lot of these recruitments. If you do not know of Hellstar, it's also a clothing brand that's, pretty popular. So, hey, potentially some NIL marketing deals there for Texas. Hellstar, who knows? But something to watch. And in fact, KJ Lacey and Dia Bell, I actually saw them at OT7 Dallas this past year. They were Hellstars 2 quarterbacks. And at the time, Dia Bell was uncommitted. KJ Lacey doing a lot of peer recruiting. And, hey, look how that turned out. But with Lockett, I don't, look at what Dwayne Aquina's typically targeted at the safety position. What Texas is even typically targeted under Blake Gideon. Don't really see him getting an offer, but it's good to build those relationships with him and the family. And as far as the rest of that program, they are playing in Dallas this weekend and would be visiting Texas at some point this weekend, but they don't fly in until Friday. And the Texas staff has told I've been told by several coaches that they're starting their spring break on Friday and will not be hosting any kids for visits this weekend. So Lockett gets to see campus tomorrow because he's coming in on Thursday, the day before they leave. But everyone that's, in the state for OT7 this weekend is going to have to wait till later on to go see Texas. I am told Hellstar is scheduled to be back in early April, for another, tournament in Dallas, and Diabell, Davon Benjamin, those guys, Texas is working to get them down for an unofficial visit during those weekends. And Dia is also already scheduled to be in Austin when he has the Elite 11 regional this spring. So we'll be there potentially the OT7 weekend, and then he'll be back for the last final, June official visit weekend, June 20th through 22nd. So really doing his great job as a peer recruiter. And, there's still some communication, Georgia, LSU, Ohio State. But ultimately, very locked in with Texas, and I fully expect him to sign with Texas come December. So, kind of the latest, I guess, for visits going on. And wonder where Steve Sarkisian, a few of the assistants are going to go spring break at.
Maybe Dallas. Maybe they're going to go spring break in Dallas.
Yeah, go get them a recruiting violation.
It's a vacation. They're not doing work, but that'll be real nice for Texas to basically have Diabell as an additional staff member over the next month or so. I mean, he's going to be KJ Lacey was at the Elite 11 camp in Austin last year, so now they're building up this nice little tradition. Even when they don't take in-state guys, they can still get them to come in for Elite 11 regional, which is always in a time where there's a contact period and you can visit. So killing two birds with one stone 2 years in a row. And then having him in Dallas, I know it's a national tournament, but having him in Dallas around some of the Texas, got top players in the state of Texas and a lot of the top players nationally, it'll be real nice because he is one of the biggest names in the class, not just from our perspective. From a national perspective, there's only a handful of guys who have a bigger brand at this point than Diabell. And that's something I think KJ Lacey didn't have.
Yeah, I mean, it's the pull of a five-star quarterback.
Yeah.
We've never seen it like Arch Manning, but like you said, KJ Lacey, even Trey Owens. Yes, those dudes did a lot of peer recruiting, but their name doesn't hold the same weight that Arch Manning or Diabell's did. Just because they have the 5 stars next to their name, and Diabell has had that 5-star next to his name since he debuted as a sophomore. So, doing everything you can to help put the Texas class together, also a big help in Florida. And one thing I want to say, Texas, you brought up them having the Elite 11 regional in March at Westlake. I believe it's in March.
Yeah.
It's
next Saturday.
Yeah, Elite 11, they've changed they've kind of changed the blueprint for the regionals, where most of them are regular regionals, but I'd say once every 3 or 4 of them, they'll do an all 22, which is if OG recruiting fans remember the opening, Nike's the opening in Oregon, where they got the Spark score, all that. It's basically the exact same thing. They're just doing regional stops. So this past year, the all 22 event in Austin was pretty much all QBs, receivers, and then they were 5-0 linemen, 5D linemen, and
remember they brought in the linemen before we got there, or they brought in a position group before anyone was even there.
Yeah, it's a very weird group, but I've seen a decent amount of kids post they will be there next weekend, outside the QB position. So we'll see who shows up, but. With Texas and even Texas A&M, SMU, TCU too, they have such an advantage over a lot of these other schools by the fact that OT7, and we keep bringing up OT7, the media brand Overtime, they now have their own 7-on-7 circuit. It's called OT7. I do not know why they're doing this format, but they basically are doing 6 weekends in a row in Dallas, where the first, I believe, 4 weekends are all it's called a regular season, where the teams basically are guaranteed, I believe it's 4 or 5 games each weekend. And then the final 2 weekends of the year are going to be the playoffs. Don't know how it works, but it's a national tournament where it is only teams that are loaded with 4 stars and a few 5 stars here and there. whenever these teams travel out of state to come to the tournaments in Dallas, most of them play 2 or 3 times in the 6-week span. They're bringing and loading up their teams with like dudes. What happens when you travel? Hey, let's see, these schools open to visit. Are they recruiting any of you guys? They make calls. That's how Texas got Mark Bowman on campus for the first time. He was with California Power. They were playing in a tournament in Houston on Saturday and Sunday, and they flew in on Thursday, saw Texas Thursday, and then A&M Friday. So, like, geographically, just being 3-4 hours away from where that is in Dallas is going to be such a big boost because they're going to be able to host kids for an unofficial visit that would have never been able to visit unless it was an OV. Zealous Hicks, this is how he visited Texas for the first time when he played in 027 last year. Drove down to campus. That was like months before they even offered him to. So they get a big boost, I think, out of having OT7 tournaments and, kind of an underlying positive that I don't think many people really bring up. But, OT7 starting this weekend. And I don't know. They still haven't came out with the rosters. I'm probably not going to get over there just because I'm beginning like the moving process on Saturday. It might not even have my car. So if I go, I might have to Uber. So I'm going to kind of see who's showing up first before.
I will likely be there in the last weekend in March. We'll see. But I've got a little spring break coming up as a UT student. I'm going to take my ass home and nap for about a week.
No Cabo?
No Cancun, no none of that. I was gonna say something else, but someone that's been in Cancun and has been making waves lately. A little adult film star.
Oh geez. All right, Will. Damn.
But anyways, we've got both of us are probably not gonna be on the road this weekend. Gonna try to recover here. But yeah, we've got Elite 11 coming up. I'll be at that in Austin. And then Jordan will probably be at OT7 that same weekend, 22nd or 23rd. The following weekend, I will be in Dallas. There's a lot going on right now. And there's a bunch of unofficial visitors coming up to Texas within the next couple of weeks. We're planning on talking about that tomorrow. But now that we're doing the draft tomorrow, have a little bit. We can just run through these visits. So starting next week, March 22nd, Xavier Griffin Haynes will be on campus. That is a 4-star edge out of North Carolina. Texas offered just last week. Already, made his top schools list, and he set up a visit by the time he got the offer. He'll be there March 22nd. And then the following March 27th, which is the Thursday following that, Xavier Crowell. We've mentioned this name quite a bit in the last few weeks. Xavier Crowell, top 247 running back out of Jackson, Alabama, reclassified, from the class of 2027. He, after saying that he would not take a visit to Texas, about 5 minutes after Tashard Choice, departed for the Lions. He was very quick to say, I will not be going to Texas anymore. That changed when Mark Scott became the new running backs coach, and Xavier Crowell set up an official visit and also set up a trip on March 29th, March 27th and March 29th. That same weekend, Booby Feaster out of DeSoto will be on campus. Likely the last time that Texas sees him, unless they schedule, unless something happens in the fall. I think this is probably the last time that Texas and Feaster, see each other. Ty Johnson, who you mentioned out of Lampasas. I tried to say the name yesterday. Draylon McCoy, out of Tupelo, Mississippi. And Hayward Howard Jr., the cornerback out of Edna Carr in New Orleans. This is one of the only unranked prospects that Texas is still considering, but Hayward Howard Jr. actually has a rating on him now as an 88 3-star, the number 39 cornerback in the country and the number 12 player in the state of Louisiana. He also has a scheduled commitment already for July 23rd. So
interesting.
A lot going on kind of recently with Hayward Howard Jr., and there hasn't been a lot of buzz there. And then we'll just rattle off the April visits real quick. Zayden Krempin, Peyton Houston, Dre Quinn out of Georgia, Blaine Bradford, one of the best safeties in the country, Damari Simeon out of New Jersey, really interesting prospect who we hadn't heard a lot of before this, and Luke Waffle, also out of New Jersey, Princeton, New Jersey, right next door to where one of my roommates grew up. So been kind of cool to see that.
Yeah.
Jordan, you see this question here.
Yeah. Give me we'll get both these. So Stephen Delgado, appreciate you listening. Man, let me talk about your son. If I knew he was on Drips Varsity, I'll look into him. They also have a 2027 QB named Chase Ames. I have no idea if he's going to play varsity this year. He played JV as a sophomore, but that kid can effing spin it. I do think he has some FCS, FBS potential as a quarterback. Probably needs to grow a little bit more to, help him reach that potential. But, the early signs are encouraging. And then Hudson, like I said, self-lists himself 6'5", 270, 36 arm, 81 wing, 10.5 hand. Pretty much checks every box for flood except for weight. But young enough, a lot of frame space. Maybe they just take a gamble. Who knows? Then Naaman Roberts, I have heard Trey Moore is moving to linebacker. I'm very curious to see how much are they actually going to play him at that, or are they just working on a package for, I don't know, specific downs where he plays off ball. I also do think part of, I guess, maybe Texas' pitch for that was that can improve Trey Moore's draft stock, just because he is what he is, measurable wise, athletic wise. So that will help his draft stock if he could be kind of a hybrid backer edge defender. But again, very curious to see how much he actually ends up playing backer, and we'll know more the further we get into the spring. And then offensive line blocking scheme changing. I don't think it's changing completely. Would rather say it's getting tweaked and some new stuff is getting installed. That comes from Chad Scott, who, wants to do things a little differently with the O-line based off how he was running things at, West V with Neil Brown, and obviously with Neil Brown now on staff, I'm sure that'll be easier to teach. But so I actually went to a coaching clinic over the weekend, and Texas actually had Deron Gatewood there presenting. Deron Gatewood is Kyle Flood's offensive line assistant. And he knows me. And, we follow each other on Twitter. And I think was being kind of careful with what he was saying just because it was a bunch of other coaches and then a dude who follows the school or covers the school he works for. But they are going to bring, some new wide gap schemes, or wider gap schemes, I should say, with Chad Scott in there, and kind of dished on that a little bit. But it was a really good presentation, did kind of inside zone variations, how Texas practices it, drills it, does it in games. And that was really interesting and a great presentation. But as far as offensive line blocking scheme, it's not going to change completely, but will be tweaked a bit with Chad Scott. And appreciate the confirmation on Chase. So that's always nice hearing from, because I trust parents most of the time, but if I see a kid and watch him for 5 or 10 minutes and 7-on-7, I'm like, yo, there's flashes there. And then you go ask a parent, hey, what do you think about this kid? Oh, he's so slept on. He's such a baller. It's okay, thank you. Reaffirms, what you're looking at, I guess. But yeah, I don't know. Will you got anything else to wrap up today's show on Hump Day?
I've got nothing else. Texas playing basketball at 2 p.m. today at the Bridgestone Arena in Nashville against the hometown Commodores. So that'll be interesting. Maybe the last time we ever hear the name Rodney Terry. So
perhaps
we'll tear is coming down my eye. I don't know if you can see it.
Trey Johnson go for 50.
He's gonna go 0 for 15 tonight or today. He's gonna break his own record.
Nah, I think they'll be if he starts off 0-10, there's going to be part of him that's man, I can't go out my college career. Shot.
Yeah, and he'll just keep shooting. Got to find a way to win the game. And then, did we talk about this yesterday? Last question. If you're Texas and you're Rodney Terry, and you know that if you lose one of the next 2 games, that you will not be the coach at Texas next year, would you rather win the first game and then lose to A&M as your last time as the coach, or would you rather just lose to Vandy?
Look, I'd rather lose to Vandy, but as bad as the season has been, You can't throw games at the college level to save yourself from being
of course
embarrassed.
not. But
So,
I mean, when you can't inbound a pass, any game looks like it's thrown. That's
shit. Texas State just made a really big hire. I'm not going to say who it is because I have no idea when this is supposed to break. But Texas State just made a humongous hire in the recruiting department. We'll leave it at that. We can talk about it tomorrow. I think it'll come out. But I'll see y'all. Appreciate y'all. Have a good one Wednesday. The Texas Sports Unfiltered crew will be on the app, Texas Sports Unfiltered app. Longhorn and Republic talks Texas men's and women's basketball, little baseball mixed in. And then back at 2 p.m. will be Chip and Zay on the live stream, and we'll see y'all tomorrow.